Honorable members, prayers. Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to look with favor upon this Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. Grant that it may perform its high duty as in thy sight. Give divine guidance to the President of the Republic and our members of Parliament of the State with vision, integrity, and courage, that through the labors of government this land and people will be well and truly served, and thy good purposes for the common human life be realized in our midst. Amen. O God, grant us a vision for our country, fair as it might be, country of righteousness, where none shall wrong his neighbor, country of plenty, where evil and poverty shall be done away with, country of brotherhood, where all success shall be founded on service and honor shall be given to the deserving, country of peace, where government shall rest on the will of the people and the love for the common good. Bless the efforts of those who struggle to make this vision a living reality. Inspire and strengthen our people that they may give time, thought, and sacrifice to speed the day of the coming beauty of Ghana and Africa. Amen. Honorable members, votes and proceedings. 3rd November. Page 1. Page 2. Page 3. 4. Page 5. Page 6. Page 7. Page 8. Page 9. 10. 11. 12. 13. 14. 15. 16. 17. 18. 19. 20. 21. Page 22. Page 23. 24. 25. 26. 27. 28. 29. 30. 31. 32. 33. 34. 35. 36. 38. 39. And 40. Page 41. 42. And page 43. Honorable members, in the absence of any corrections, the wholesale proceedings of 3rd November. You are admitted as to record of the proceedings. Honorable members, notwithstanding the pack of work this morning, we're nevertheless going to accommodate a very short statement by the Honorable Reverend Tim Fojo, which we just received this morning against our procedures and rules. But in view of the fact that some clergymen are also here, we are going to accommodate the statement, only one from each side, as a way of doing. So you have 10 minutes. Yes, Honorable. Honorable until for your Reverend. Honorable members, we'll make a little variation by laying a few papers as the majority leader suggests, and then we'll have time to proceed with the statement. The following papers are to be presented. For A, Minister for Lands and Natural Resources. Aye.
Speaker, if you indulge me, on behalf of the ministers, that is Lands and Natural Resources and Finance, I may want to present these papers on their behalf. The ministers of Lands and Forestry, the Minister of Lands and Forestry, Lands and Natural Resources, is having a very important meeting at his office now. Thought that he'd be able to finish early enough to be with us. It's not concluded. The Minister for Finance is also having a meeting at the Finance Committee with the Finance Committee members. So, Mr. Speaker, if you indulge me, I will present the papers on behalf of these two ministers in respect of 4A and 4B.
Very well. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we don't have any minister here apart from the leader himself. We have the Minister of Finance, who is also supposed to lay a number of agreements, Minister for Lands and Natural Resources, and the Minister for Education. I'm not sure whether the leader is asking that he laid all these papers on their behalf. So, Speaker, it's becoming worrying. We said it over and over and over. And I don't know when we're going to stop this. If these are agreements important to the ministers, they should be here. We are here every day trying to prosecute the job for the government. The ministers who are bringing this agreement come here. It's becoming worrying, Mr. Speaker. I don't know what we should do, because we complain and complain and complain, we are not getting the solution. So, Mr. Speaker, I just want to register another concern that the ministers don't take the work of the House serious. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
You will proceed.
Really, I don't see the point being raised by my colleague. I've explained what is going on now. Fortunately, the Minister for Finance and Natural Resources has even dispatched the Deputy Minister to be with us here. And Speaker, the Minister of Finance is at a meeting with the Ministry of the Committee on Finance as we speak. So for him to say that they don't take the House seriously, I don't even understand where he's going. So, Mr. Speaker, that is the point. All the deputy ministers are there. In fact, they just sent the T Vice Chair to come down and present the papers that the chairman should be presenting on behalf of the committee. We have a tall order of papers to be presented to this House by the committee. There's about 16 of them, which is why they have dispatched the chairman, the vice chair, to be here. The level of the accusation of unseriousness really is not tenable in this case.
Please present the papers. 4AI.
Mining lease agreement between the government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources, and Electrochem Ghana Limited, in respect of Ghana Adan Songo Salt Project, Adan West Lease Area, Adan Songo.
Whoever is late is referred to the Mines and Energy Committee for consideration and report. Mining lease.
Mining lease agreement between the government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources, and Electrochem Ghana Limited, in respect of Adan Songo Salt Project, Adan West and East Lease Area, Adan Songo B.
Paper is duly late. It's referred to the Mines and Energy Committee.
Mining lease agreement between the government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources, and Electrochem Ghana Limited, in respect of Adan Songo Salt Project, Adan East Lease Area, Adan Songo C.
The paper is late and is referred to the Mines and Energy Committee for consideration and report. 4B. Minister for Finance, Honorable Majority Tilda, you may.
EKN Covered Export Credit Facility Agreement between the government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Finance, and ING Ghana NV of Netherlands, for an amount of 180,956,453 euros and 95 cents, supported by an EKN premium of 23,500,000 euros to finance the establishment of 12 state-of-the-art technical and vocational education training centers, Phase 2.
That is duly late. Referred to the Committee on Finance for consideration and report. II.
Down payment facility agreement between the government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Finance, Development Bank of Southern Africa, DBSA, as original lender, and ING Bank NB of Netherlands as arranger and agent, for an amount of 27,786,433 euros and 5 cents, to finance the establishment of 12 state-of-the-art technical and vocational education training centers, Phase 3, Phase 2.
The paper is late. It's referred to the Finance Committee for consideration and report. I.
State-to-state loan agreement between the government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Finance, and the government of the Kingdom of Belgium, for an amount of 8 million euros to finance the supply and installation of integrated e-learning laboratories in senior high schools, Televic Phase 2.
The paper is late and is referred to the Finance Committee for consideration and report. Ivy.
Credit agreements between the government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Finance, and KBC Bank NB of Belgium, for an amount of 3,866,425 euros and 20 cents, including Credendo ECA insurance premium of 272,000 €425.20 to finance the supply and installation of integrated e-learning laboratories in senior high schools, Televic Phase 2.
The paper is duly laid and is referred to the Finance Committee for consideration and report. V.
Export credit agreement between the government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Finance, and UniCredit Bank Austria AG for an amount of €8,280,000 to finance the upgrading and enhancement of 2 technical institutes in 4 technical high schools, Phase 3.
The paper is duly laid and is referred to the Finance Committee. VI.
Repairs for waiver of import duties, import VAT, get fund levy, NHIL, EXIM levy, special import levy, and domestic VAT amounting to the Ghana cedi equivalent of €713,263, made up of €624,932 on imports and €88,331 on local purchases on materials, equipment, and services to be procured in respect of upgrading and enhancement of 2 technical institutes and 4 technical high school, Phase 3.
The paper is duly laid and is referred to the Finance Committee for consideration and report. VII.
Loan agreements between the government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Minister of Finance, and KfW Frankfurt am Main for an amount of €15 million to finance the renewable energy and energy efficiency program, 14 megawatts utility scale solar photovoltaic project, Phase 2 in the Upper West region.
The paper is duly laid and is referred to the Finance Committee. VIII.
On lending agreements between the government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Minister of Finance and Volta River Authority for an amount of €15 million to finance the renewable energy and energy efficiency program, 14 megawatts utility scale solar photovoltaic project, Phase 2 in the Upper West region.
The paper is duly laid and is referred to the Finance Committee for consideration and report. IX.
Loan agreements between the government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Minister for Finance, and KfW Frankfurt am Main for an amount of €40 million for reform financing budget support within the framework of Reform Partnership for Investment Promotion and Good Financial Governance.
The paper is laid and referred to the Finance Committee for consideration and report. X.
Finance contract agreements between the government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Minister for Finance, and the European Investment Bank for an amount of €170 million for the establishment of the Development Bank Ghana, GBG.
The paper is duly laid and referred to the Finance Committee for consideration and report. XI.
On lending agreements between the government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Minister for Finance, and the Development Bank Ghana, GBG, for an amount of €170 million in respect of the establishment of the Development Bank Ghana, DBG.
The paper is laid and is referred to the Finance Committee for consideration and report. XII.
Sovereign guarantee agreements between the government of the Republic of Ghana and the ECOWAS Bank for Investment and Development, EBID, in favor of the ECOWAS Bank for Investment and Development as security for a term loan facility agreement to $50 million to partially finance the construction of certain road projects for Accra to Kumasi in the Republic of Ghana.
The paper is duly laid and is referred to the Finance Committee for consideration and report. XII.
Credit agreements between the Consolidated Bank Ghana Limited, CBG, and the ECOWAS Bank for Investment and Development, EBID, with Government of the Republic of Ghana as guarantor for an amount of $50 million to partially finance the construction of certain road projects from Accra to Kumasi in the Republic of Ghana.
The paper is duly laid, is referred to the Finance Committee for consideration and report. C. Minister of Education. I.
Contract agreements between the Government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Education, and the consortium of SUMEC Complete Equipment and Engineering Company Limited and Planet One Education Limited for an amount of 185,242,887 euros for the establishment of 12 state-of-the-art technical and vocational education training centers, Phase 2.
The paper is duly laid and is referred to the Committee on Education for consideration and report. I.
Contract agreements between the Government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Education, and Televic Group NV of Belgium for an amount of 11,594,000 euros for the supply and installation of integrated e-learning laboratories in senior high schools, Televic Phase 2.
Report is duly laid. The agreement is duly laid and is referred to the Education Committee for consideration and report. I.
Supply contract agreements between the Government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Education, and VACE System Technique GmbH of Austria for an amount of 8,280,000 euros for the supply of equipment, service and civil works for the upgrading and enhancement of 2 technical institutes and 4 technical high schools, Phase 3.
Paper is duly laid and is referred to the Committee on Education for consideration and report. D. Chairman of the Finance Committee. UDI.
Speaker,
Yes.
the Vice Chairman of the committee is there, and I will present the papers on behalf of the committee.
Yes.
Report of the Finance Committee on the Anti-Money Laundering Bill 2020.
The paper is duly presented and is for distribution to honorable members. I.
Report of the Finance Committee on the request for waiver of import duties, import VAT, get fund levy, NHIL, and exim levy, amounting to the Ghana cedi equivalent of 13,510,888 United States dollars on machinery, equipment, and raw materials to be procured by Keda Ghana Ceramics Company Limited under the One District, One Factory, 1D1F program.
The report is duly presented and is for distribution to honorable members. I.
Report of the Finance Committee on the request for waiver of import duties, import VAT, get fund levy, NHIL, and exim levy, amounting to the Ghana cedi equivalent of 6,799,183 United States dollars on machinery, equipment, and raw materials to be procured by Sunda Ghana Limited under the One District, One Factory, 1D1F program.
The paper is duly presented and is for distribution to honorable members. Ivy.
Report of the Finance Committee on the request for waiver of import duties, import VAT, get fund levy, NHIL, and exim levy, amounting to the Ghana cedi equivalent of 191 United States dollars on machinery, equipment, and raw materials to be procured by Happy Sunshine Company, Ghana Limited, under the One District, One Factory, 1D1F program.
The report is duly presented and for distribution. V.
Report of the Finance Committee on the request for waiver of import duties, import VAT, Get Fund Levy, NHIL, and Exim Levy amounting to the Ghana cedi equivalent of 573,520 United States dollars on machinery, equipment, and raw materials to be procured by Sinostone Alcohol Manufacturing Limited under the One District, One Factory, 1D1F program.
The report is presented and for distribution to honorable members. V.I.
Report of the Finance Committee on the request for waiver of import duties, import VAT, Get Fund Levy, NHIL, and Exim Levy amounting to the Ghana cedi equivalent of 278,429 United States dollars on machinery, equipment, and raw materials to be procured by APA Farms Limited under the One District, One Factory, 1D1F program.
The report is duly presented and is for distribution to honorable members. V.I.
Report of the Finance Committee on the request for waiver of import duties, import VAT, Get Fund Levy, NHIL, and Exim Levy amounting to the Ghana cedi equivalent of 36,645 United States dollars on equipment to be procured by Western DDU Group Limited under the One District, One Factory, 1D1F program.
The report is duly presented and for distribution to honorable members. V.I.
Report of the Finance Committee on the request for waiver of import duties, import VAT, Get Fund Levy, NHIL, and Exim Levy amounting to the Ghana cedi equivalent of 32,222 United States dollars on equipment to be imported by Kujis Ghana Limited under the One District, One Factory, 1D1F program.
The report is duly presented and is for distribution to honorable members. IX.
Report of the Finance Committee on the request for waiver of import duties, NHIL, Get Fund Levy, import VAT, Exim Levy, amounting to the Ghana cedi equivalent of 5,559,090 United States dollars on machinery, equipment, and raw materials to be procured by Sunder Ghana Investment Limited under the One District, One Factory, 1D1F program.
The report is duly presented and is for distribution to honorable members. X.
Report of the Finance Committee on the request for waiver of import duties, import NHIL, import Get Fund Levy, import VAT, Exim Levy, amounting to the Ghana cedi equivalent of 5,109,675 United dollars on machinery, equipment, and raw materials to be procured by Sonda Sino Truck Assembly Plant Limited under the One District, One Factory, 1D1F.
The report is presented and is for distribution to honorable members. XI.
Report of the Finance Committee on the request for waiver of import duties, import VAT, Get Fund Levy, NHIL, and Exim Levy amounting to the Ghana cedi equivalent of 4,996,170 United States dollars on machinery, equipment, and raw materials to be procured by Brompton Portfolio Limited under the One District, One Factory, 1D1F program.
The report is duly presented and is for distribution to honorable members. XII.
Report of the Finance Committee on the request for waiver of import duties, import VAT, Get Fund Levy, NHIL, and Exim Levy amounting to the Ghana cedi equivalent of 3,091,126 United States dollars on machinery, equipment, and raw materials to be procured by Golden Africa Consumer Products Ghana Limited under the One District, One Factory, 1D1F program.
The report is still presented and is for distribution to honorable members. XII.
Report of the Finance Committee on the request for waiver of import duties, import VAT, Get Fund Levy, NHIL, and Exim Levy, amounting to the Ghana cedi equivalent of $2,561,664 United States dollars on machinery, equipment, and raw materials to be procured by Golden Africa Soap Industries Ghana Limited under the One District, One Factory, 1D1F program.
Report is duly presented and for distribution to honorable members. XIV.
Report of the Finance Committee on the request for waiver of import duties, import VAT, Get Fund Levy, NHIL, and Exim Levy, amounting to the Ghana cedi equivalent of $2,199,052 United States dollars on machinery, equipment, and raw materials to be procured by GB Pharma Ghana Limited under the One District, One Factory, 1D1F program.
The report is duly presented and for distribution to honorable members. XV.
Report of the Finance Committee on the request for waiver of import duties, import VAT, Get Fund Levy, NHIL, and Exim Levy, amounting to the Ghana cedi equivalent of $200,626 United States dollars on machinery, equipment, and raw materials to be procured by Peters Enterprise Limited under the One District, One Factory, 1D1F program.
The report is duly presented and is for distribution to honorable members. XVI.
Report of the Finance Committee on the request for waiver of import duties, import VAT, Get Fund Levy, NHIL, and Exim Levy, amounting to the Ghana cedi equivalent of $25,933 United States dollars on machinery, equipment, and raw materials to be procured by Narubis Limited under the One District, One Factory, 1D1F program.
E. The report is duly presented and is for distribution. E. By the chairman of the committee, Energy. Committee Mines and Energy.
Report of the Committee on Mines and Energy on the Renewable Energy Amendment Bill 2020.
The paper is duly presented and is for distribution. II.
Report of the Committee on Mines and Energy on the Bree Power Authority Amendment Bill 2020.
The paper is duly presented and is for distribution. III.
Report of the Committee on Mines and Energy on the contract agreement between the Government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Energy, and Ten Gas Ship Ghana Limited for an amount of €50 million for the supply and erection of electrical materials and equipment for the electrification of 205 communities in the Upper East Region, SHEP 4, Phase 2.
The paper is duly presented and is for distribution to honorable members. F. Committee on Judiciary. Chairman, Committee on Judiciary. Honorable Majority Leader, please do I proceed?
Speaker, the report, I understand, is ready, but the members of the committee are not here. So we'll wait until they come, and then we present the reports. And that should be in respect of F and G. F, G, H, and FGH. So we stand them down for the time being. And also I, Mr. Speaker. So we wait until they are here.
So we stand the rest of them
We
down.
stand them down. And Speaker, I believe we can now take the statement. But before, if you may indulge me, Speaker, Last Friday, when we presented the business statement, the minority leader made a request in respect of briefing of this House by the Electoral Commission in respect of their state of preparedness towards the elections slated for December 7th, 2020. As well, Speaker, there was another request for the involvement of the security operatives relating to their state of preparedness in the conduct of elections and other connected matters. Speaker, we have contacted almost all of them. The Electoral Commission is in the process of readjusting their own program for tomorrow, and possibly we shall see all these major stakeholders come to the House tomorrow to brief us, and by that also the country. Speaker, the arrangement will be for the Minister in charge of national security to give us a briefing, and then we shall recline into a committee of the whole to listen to all these other major players, including the NCC and the Media Commission. Speaker, so that's just by way of announcement. We hope that will be at 11, and after the minister's briefing, as I said, we incline into a committee of the whole to listen to these others.
Yes, Honourable Minority Leader.
Speaker, thank you very much. We look forward to hearing from the Electoral Commission tomorrow, but it appears that the Majority Leader has added others. I heard him mention Media Commission and NCC. Our request was specific to the Electoral Commission to give us a briefing on their preparedness for the presidential and parliamentary elections, because we need to ascertain the BVDs that we so procured for them. We've moved beyond registration. Now we need to understand verification. They procured 75,000. What is the state of it? In order that we understand that on election day we are not going to go manual and that those equipments are in play. But if it's invited NMC and NCCA, all the better. In respect of the security agencies, we want the Minister for Interior to support the Minister for National Security. And this time the IGP must be in attendance, because we want to understand what the deployment of the police service will be across the country to every constituency and to every polling station. We need to know who goes where. So appreciated. We look forward to tomorrow when they come to give us their brief. And I'm sure the whips, this is a matter which affects all of us. So as you've heard, Leader, you should get members to show commitment and interest in those matters for the future good of our country. Thank you.
Are you talking about needing to know who goes where by way of a list of, yes, a list of postings? Who goes where?
No,
I didn't understand you.
Mr. Speaker, for instance, in Tamale South, I would want to know which police officer goes to Nalong or Blipera.
Which police officer goes to a particular station?
Yes.
Everybody has ever legitimately made this kind of demand.
But nothing
It can
prevents
be part of the real
from
strategy and operation decision of the police. Tell people where to go in advance so that people start dealing with them in advance, or what?
Speaker, it's not as if anything is being done that is influence. Last Friday, the request that was made by the minority leader indeed related pointedly at the Electoral Commission. Speaker, but he is not the only person who spoke to it. Other persons spoke to it and requested that we include these other persons. So it shouldn't be that he makes a request and nobody else can make a contribution to that. I'll listen to them, and on account of that, we are inviting all these other people, because as I indicated, my ministry had already organized this. And initially, information that came to us was that they were even going to exclude the media on the day of the holding of the elections. And those of us who were there, including the Honorable Yunus Hussein, who represented you, didn't think that it was proper to cut the media off. And I reiterated the point. So, Mr. Speaker, we just want transparency and accountability on the part of the major stakeholders. And once we have the assurances, all of us will be very clear in our minds as to the direction of the conduct of the elections. Mr. Speaker, the minority leader is making another demand that he wants to know who goes where. And Mr. Speaker, that is a legitimate request. If it doesn't offend any national security considerations and the matter has to be laid bare, I believe the operators know for this country, and in particular for the conduct of elections.
Honourable members, shall we go back to statements? Honourable Team Fodjo. Reverend, you have 10 minutes, 2 contributions of 5 minutes each.
Mr. Speaker, I must thank you for the privilege granted me to make this statement on strengthening Ghana-Israel diplomatic relations. Mr. Speaker, nearly 82 years ago, on November 9, 1938, in Kristallnacht, was the sad and regrettable phenomenon of the Night of Broken Glass, the destruction of over 1,400 synagogues and Jewish establishments commenced. This was a critical moment that systematically triggered the Nazi Holocaust, which sadly claimed the lives of 6 million Jews. Without a doubt, the Holocaust was an event which indelibly grieved and threatened the narrative of the Jewish people as a race, and thus its wide condemnation cannot be overemphasized. Such a horrific and horrendous phenomenon must never again be countenanced on any part of the world without prejudice to ideological, race, religion, nor geopolitical considerations. Mr. Speaker, parliamentary diplomacy in our contemporary era has proven cogent in driving successful and sustainable bilateral and multilateral relations, and hence my persuasion that an enhanced collaboration between the Parliament of Ghana and the Knesset, the Parliament of the State of Israel, shall prove instrumental in the deepening of the spiritual and religious connection and mutual interest of the two countries. Mr. Speaker, the bond of friendship between Ghana and Israel extends beyond spiritual and religious connection and transcends deeper into tourism, trade, agriculture, and economic interests. The history of Ghana-Israel ties predates our independence. Ghana is acclaimed as the first country in sub-Saharan Africa to establish diplomatic relations with the state Israel in 1956.
Honourable, no one is within your close proximity. If you may please lower your mask so that we can hear you. Okay. Not to, I didn't say remove it. Okay. All right, please proceed.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the bond of friendship between Ghana and Israel extends beyond spiritual and religious. Mr. Speaker, the bond of friendship between Ghana and Israel extends beyond spiritual and religious connection and transcends deeper into tourism, trade, agriculture, and economic interests. The history of Ghana-Israel ties predates our independence. Ghana is acclaimed as the first country in sub-Saharan Africa to establish diplomatic relations with the State of Israel in 1956. Ghana-Israel relation was enhanced post-independence by the visit of Israeli Prime Minister Golda Meir to Ghana at the instance of Prime Minister Kwame Nkrumah in 1958. Mr. Speaker, just when Ghana-Israel ties began to blossom on mutual respect and mutual interest, the 1961 Casablanca Conference, the 1973 OAU resolution, and other notable events in the international system occasioned strained relationship. Indeed, over the years, despite setbacks, Ghana-Israel relations by and large triumphed and culminated into a renewed direct diplomatic ties. It is worthy of note that this resilience exhibited by both Ghana and Israel clearly resonates with action posited by the then young and prolific legislator in Ghana's second parliament of the Fourth Republic, Honorable Oseche Mensah Bonsu, member for Old Tafo-Swame, in March 1998, in a commemorative statement on the occasion of the 50th anniversary of the founding of the State of Israel, and as precisely captured by Hansard, and I quote, "In international diplomacy, it has become axiomatic that nations must maintain permanent interest, not permanent enemies," end of quote, in the fourth series of the column 349, 21st March 1998. Furthermore, during the period of strained relations, the Israeli people, beyond a doubt, demonstrated benevolence and openness. In that, without hesitation, they shared with other countries, in particular Ghana, their renowned and peculiar knowledge and technology of turning their desertic land into a land flowing with milk and honey. Of course, Israel, through the Israeli International Development and Cooperation Agency, MASHAV, did not withhold from Ghana development assistance and technology transfer in key areas. Mr. Speaker, indeed, reference to the institutional memory of Parliament and lending credence to the veracity of Parliament as a House of Records, 22 years ago in the Second Parliament of the Fourth Republic, the venerable and seasoned legislator and current leader of the House, Honorable Oseche Mensah Bonsu, member for Swame, on 21st of March 1998, stood boldly on this very floor of Parliament and prayed the House for Ghana to renew direct diplomatic ties with the State of Israel as a matter of urgency, and I quote, "Whilst congratulating Israel on her 50 years, let us use the occasion to reflect on our relation with that country and move quickly to normalize relations for the mutual interest of the two countries," end of quote. Consequent upon this noble call by the honorable member, Ghana and Israel renewed direct diplomatic ties in September 2011 with the reopening of Israel's embassy in Accra and the opening of Ghana's embassy in Ramat Gan, Tel Aviv, in reciprocity. Presently, Ghana-Israel diplomatic ties have blossomed to result in the recent trend of rapid growth in patronage of Ghanaian pilgrims and tourists traveling to Israel, with vast majority of those travelers visiting and sojourning in Jerusalem. The Temple Mount in Jerusalem, the city of truth, continues to be the principal tourist and religious attraction, as it is believed to be among the topmost sacred and prestigious holy sites for the estimated 2.3 billion Christians and the 1.8 billion Muslims across the world. Mr. Speaker, the rapid growth in patronage of Ghanaian pilgrims and tourists who visit Jerusalem in particular may have meritoriously informed the laudable initiative of the government of Ghana to increase sponsorship and patronage of Ghanaian pilgrims to Israel, as spearheaded by the Ministry for Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs in 2019. Mr. Speaker, undisputedly, the rising patronage of Ghanaian pilgrims and tourists to Jerusalem in the past few decades has occasioned the necessity to ensure that the welfare and consular needs of our citizens who visit Jerusalem for economic, religious, and tourism pursuits are catered to sufficiently in close proximity. This urgent need must gain the attention of the House. Mr. Speaker, while exploring avenues for strengthening Ghana-Israel diplomatic ties, let us consider the opening of a consulate general in Jerusalem in order to serve the tenable welfare and consular needs of our citizens in close proximity. The opening of a consulate general in Jerusalem to complement the objectives and functions of Ghana's embassy in Ramat Gan, Tel Aviv, the capital of Israel, is a tenable call and may not be viewed as a novel venture. As a matter of fact, premised on the same principle, it shall be in line with a worthy precedent set in the opening of the Consulate General in Jeddah, in close proximity to Mecca, as a complement to Ghana's embassy in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Cognizant of our antecedents, both in ancient records of world religions and contemporary political history, the state of Israel is clothed with great significance. Given the steady blossoming of Ghana-Israel ties in the past decade, it would be worth the while to reposition Ghana's foreign policy decisions concerning the state of Israel, both locally in Parliament and internationally at the United States, to reflect the enhanced diplomatic ties creditably nurtured over the years by both states. Thank you for your indulgence, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Reverend. Honorable Dr. And like I said, one from each side.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the statement made by Honorable Reverend John Ntimfojo, MP for Asin South constituency, on the Ghana-Israeli diplomatic relations. Mr. Speaker, indeed, it is true that south of this Sahara, here in Africa, Ghana obviously turned out to be one of the first to have a blossomed relations with Israel as a nation. Mr. Speaker, but unfortunately, after 3 years, that relationship was severed as a result of what the Honorable Member referred to, the 1961 Casablanca Conference, where Ghana also took part in sharply condemning Israel for some of its activities or relations with neighboring countries. Mr. Speaker, and it is also true that in this House, as was aptly captured, there have been members who fervently called for normalization of relations with Israel, with a call for a mission being established in Israel. Notably, the majority leader today was referenced as one of the champions of this call, and designated as a result in 2011 the establishment of this relationship. Mr. Speaker, indeed, it is also true that over the years there have been a bond between the people of Ghana and the people of Israel, some because of religious and spiritual reasons. Mr. Speaker, for over the period that many of us have believed in Israel as a state, as a survivor in the midst of turbulent waters, I ask myself, to what extent has the journey of having a solid relationship with Israel impacted on us as a nation? We talk about Israel's economic prosperity in the midst of virtually nothing. We talk about Israel's resilience. We talk about their economic power and the individual prosperity and all that. But how, to what extent have we as a people, over the period that we have had good relationship with them, really imbibed some of these things? If we have had so much relationship with them, our people travel to Israel on pilgrimage and all that, have we learned anything from Israel which should be impacting on our lives? Is our economic life transforming as theirs? The Israeli culture, has it led to the resilience that we see the Israelis demonstrate, the people of Israel demonstrate? Mr. Speaker, if this is a nation in the midst of other nations that you can refer to as hostile, and yet they survive, we in Ghana, even within, not without, we cannot even hold our own. We are enemies within, tearing each other apart for political reasons. There's greed, avarice. Talk about all these things which are not making our nation to grow. Today, people talk about two Ghanas. In Israel, it's not so. Though it may be an allegation or an allusion, it bears semblance of truth, where you can say that in this country, others feel alienated, others feel completely apart. Not to be so. So if we have relations with Israel, that relationship must actually translate into some valuable lessons that we should learn, some valuable lessons that will transform our lives as a people, that will transform our way of thinking and our way of doing things. Today we are faced with elections. Very soon we'll be going to the polls. And there are all kinds of suspicions and allegations. When you go to Israel, is that the same atmosphere we experienced during this period? Is it the case that we ourselves have created situations that warrant these suspicions? And then we are all scared that Ghana is there's going to be an implosion. It ought not to be so. We must be able to have confidence in our institutions. In Israel, I'm sure that they built their institutions as a result of the culture and their mindset to the extent that voters do not have apprehensions about institutions doing right or doing what is right and proper. Can we say same of our own country? Can we say same of people who claim to be learning from Israel as a result of the relationship that we are building with them? Mr. Speaker, seriously, if we are talking about having relations with Israel, it must not just be rhetoric. It must not just be an issue on the surface. We are promoting pilgrimage. Ghanaians should go on pilgrimage. They support them, and etc. We are asking for a consulate in Jerusalem. It's all good. I am all for it. But to what extent are we going to really benefit from that? Or is it the crops that we are always getting? Israel. You see, it's something phenomenal. Even in 1961, when there was we severed relationship with them, they still continue to support us. They still continue to build projects in Ghana, even at the time when there was a stalemate in diplomatic relations. And that tells me one thing, that the state of Israel understood that we don't understand them. Because if we understood them, we would not have done what we did at the time. And because they knew that we did not understand them, they continue to give us the needed support. So, Mr. Speaker, we need to do a deep introspection and reflections so that when we are commemorating events like this, we will ask ourselves the deep questions. What impact has it had on our nation and on our people? Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Honorable, for your contribution. One for my right, and we are done. One each. Now, one, and we have already defined the parameters. One from each side. So, including leadership. When I said that, that was it. It was holistic. Your colleagues you met will tell you. So, Honorable Majority Leader, please, if you want to contribute, kindly do so.
Speaker, I indeed want to contribute to that.
Well, if you are not
especially if you may allow the honorable colleague, maybe just about 2 minutes to make contribution.
Yes, madam, you want to contribute?
Okay.
Yes. If you are on your feet on my right, then that is it.
Oh, really?
I don't change my rules when we are at sea. Yes, madam, you may.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me to contribute to this lovely piece made by Honorable Reverend John Intim-Fojo. I shall say, when as a chairperson for the Israel-Ghana initiative, when we first got the opportunity to go to Israel, it was Reverend Intim-Fojo who are nominated to accompany me, and another honorable from the other side. Mr. Speaker, I'm not going to speak too long on this because you've said most of the necessary things that has to be said. But all I can say to you is that Ghana, since Golda Meir came to Ghana to become together with Nkrumah on this issue, we have gone a long way, but I think we need to do more. Israel, one time I went on African Parliament Union, and Israel brought a case that they wanted to join, just join the sub-Saharan African parliaments, but Jordan and other countries like Egypt refused. And I was wondering why. I mean, Israel is, for what they've been through all over these years, through Holocaust, through the pains, there is a small country situated in the middle of all their enemies surrounding them. But they have done extremely well. If it's not the Almighty God who's keeping Israel, I don't know, whether they will still be standing. So I suggest that Ghana, we're positioned to help Israel, and we should. For the consulate or the embassy, I am in favor of us creating something in Jerusalem, because that is the capital. At the moment it's in Tel Aviv, but the Israeli people, they wish to have it moved or have something that they can call, they can call to in Jerusalem. I think we should do that. We should help them. And also, have we noticed that any nation that joins up in Israel, all through the years, in Bible years, they don't fall. Any nation that stands with Israel, stands with God, and is uplifted. So we should do that. Mr. Speaker, I continue to say that with our building that we're building across the road, our big church building, Israel was the one that came and helped us to put up a headstool, and once it's built, it's going to be a magnificent piece in Ghana. With all the, I know the other side from the Islamic nations would say we shouldn't agree with Israel, but to cut everything short, I think we should stand with Israel and stand with Israel in truth and in spirit. And I know that in the long run, it will bring Ghana into a better place. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me to add my voice to this piece. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable, for your contribution. You are very useful. I said one from each side from the very beginning. Those who came late may not have heard the establishment of the rules. Their colleagues will tell them. So I thank you very much for your contributions. And it has been a very useful day. Reinforcing the traditional good relationship between Ghana and Israel. Thank you very much. Honorable Majority Leader, where do you move from in our tall order? We have the Minister of Defense in the House.
Mr. Speaker, item 4F, page 10 of the order paper. Page 10 of the order paper, the Honorable Husseini Musa, a member for Tamale Central. You are a member for Tamale Central.
Number?
Yes. And a member of the Committee on Judiciary and Judicial Service. And indeed, Mr. Speaker, he is the ranking member of the Committee on the Judiciary. So he wants to, on behalf of the committee, present the paper on behalf of the committee.
Report of the Committee on Judiciary on the Judicial Service Bill 2020.
The report is duly presented and for distribution. you, honorable members. Are we able to do chairman of the committee for constitutional legal?
Mr. Speaker, the report of the Committee on Constitutional, Legal and Parliamentary Affairs on the patents bill is also ready. The Honorable Husseini, sir, the member for War Central against member, and he could present. Sorry, Tamale Central. The two are centrals. Tamale Central, who present the paper on behalf of the committee.
Reports of the Committee on Constitutional, Legal and Parliamentary Affairs on the Patents Amendment Bill 2018.
The report is duly submitted and is for distribution to honorable members. When you call a senior, if you describe a senior senator with an area that is not his constituency, it could be a very serious problem in the United States of America, like referring to Kennedy coming from somewhere outside Massachusetts. But honorable, you are a senior senator. Shall we continue? Where are those ones that are available?
Mr. Speaker, we can now deal with item listed as 9.
Item
9, page 12.
Item 9.
Yes.
Item 9, page 12. Motion. The Honorable Learned Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to move the motion itemized as 9 at page 12 of the order paper, that the Plant Variety Protection Bill 2020 be now read the third. I so move.
And Honorable, if you kindly give us
What's my idea?
a little bit. Oh, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Honorable, you've completed your job. Yes, 2 seconds.
Speaker, I beg to second the motion that the Plant Variety Protection Bill 2020 be read the third time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, the bill has the motion for reading of the bill for the third time has been moved and seconded. I'll put a question. All those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
An act to provide for the grant and protection of plant breeder rights and for related matters.
Honorable members, the Plant Variety Protection Bill 2020 has been duly read the third time and passed. Yes, Honorable Majority Leader. Majority Leader, where do we hear?
Mr. Speaker,
Yes, please.
I believe we can now take item number 7.
Item listed 12.
7.
7.
Yes.
Item listed 7. Honorable
Page
Motion.
11.
11.
Yes.
Item listed 11. Motion. Honorable Minister for Health.
Mr. Speaker, the House on the 3rd of November passed the Air Navigation Services Agency bill. Speaker, going through, it appears there was some dissonance in some of the provisions, and when attention was drawn to it, if we don't effect the necessary corrections, we may encounter some problems in implementing the bill that was passed third time only yesterday. In the circumstance, Mr. Speaker, it becomes necessary for this House to rescind the decision that it took on the bill yesterday. Accordingly, Speaker, I want to move that this House rescinds its decision taken on the 3rd day of November 2020 in respect of the third reading of the Air Navigation Services Agency Bill 2020. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, thank you very much, Honorable Majority Leader. Honorable Minority Leader.
Speaker, it would have been useful if the leader elucidated further the why he wants to withdraw the bill, because as you may recall, even during second reading, we drew attention to a section of workers who had petitioned your good self and the leadership of Parliament that we take this particular bill through cautiously. Speaker, it can be very costly, even for domestic flight, when you hear workers at the airport go on strike. Everything gets bad. So we want to know the reasons. But we had insisted that some hearing be given to those concerned workers group that petition your office. A bill to provide navigation services consistent with the Canada Declaration, no objection. But what are the problems? What are the problems with it? We want to hear from the Minister, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Honorable Majority Leader and Minister for Parliamentary Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, the issue raised by my colleague, the Minority Leader, had nothing to do with what we're now going to have to do. Mr. Speaker, we passed this bill through the consideration stage. At the consideration stage, we don't debate principles. Really is outstanding is the funding, some percentage allocations. That's the only thing. The Speaker, for Cross 20, we had 40% of what was supposed to be allocated, but it really must not go beyond 30%. Attention was drawn to it, and then we said we should do further consultations. Then the committee came to inform us that they thought it was 40, which is what we clung to. Later on, attention has been drawn to the fact that no, it is not 40, but 30%. And then for Clause 20 again, we related to 100% allocation, supposed to be 90% allocation. Speaker, these are the minor things that we have to deal with. It has nothing to do with the other substantive. The person is going on strike. How does it relate to the bill? It has to do, what we are going to do now has to do with the funding. Speaker, that is what we are going to have to deal with.
Leaders, so where do we go from here? Leaders, where do we go from here? Do we put this in a limbo?
Mr. Speaker, is a motion for rescission. So if we have to rescind,
A motion to
a move for rescission of the decision that the House has taken. So you must put it to vote to rescind the decision already taken.
Honorable, at this stage, you will second the motion.
I second the motion, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. The motion for rescission has been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted accordingly. Yes, Honorable, where do we move from here?
Mr. Speaker, I want to move that the House takes this bill through a second consideration stage in respect of clauses 20 and 29.
Clauses 20 and
29. And Mr. Speaker, the reason for this is what I've already alluded to in respect of the levels. In respect of the levels of allocation, Mr. Speaker, that indeed is what I've already explained, that for clause 20, we're going to have to delete 40 and insert 30. That is 21C. We delete 40 and insert 30.
Mr. Speaker, my colleague, the majority leader, that's why the Constitution, the framers wisely said that we are masters of our own procedure. Other than that, I was going to subject him to some procedural questions. When Parliament passes through third reading, what Article 106 provides is to remit the bill to the President for assent. And when the President wants to assent or not, he gives reasons to Council of State. But he's moved a motion for rescission, which I seconded. Therefore, I don't intend to litigate on procedural matters. But the sharing matter, let him be informed adequately that we raised it. We raised it even during second reading. The minister is here. We said that. And when I said strike, I was just saying that if you don't get it right, the consequence may be a strike action at the airport. I wasn't saying that strike will affect this if we don't get the concerns addressed properly. But I support that you bring it to 30%. And I even insisted that the meteorological services, I had to ask the minister to give me an assurance that Ghana Meteo will not be affected adversely with this sharing formula, because weather and lands also aids air navigation. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I don't intend to go back to what my colleague has said in respect of the procedure. What it is that when the House has passed a bill and is presented to the President for his assent, the President has a number of days to assent to the bill. If he doesn't assent, if there's a problem, he comes back to this House. The Speaker, the Constitution is silent on the number of days between when we pass the bill and to submit to the President. So, in terms of maybe emergency, when we do so, with due alacrity, maybe it should be presented to the President. Otherwise, Mr. Speaker, as I've been saying, the Constitution is silent on the day message and the day of transmission. There's no provision in the Constitution, and anybody can prove me wrong. Mr. Speaker, that is why if we have our own officers who would peruse what we have done and draw attention to any maybe mistake, any error, Parliament then could do a motion of decision to correct whatever is wrong and pass it through the third reading again appropriately before transmission to the office of the President. Mr. Speaker, it is what opportunity that we are offered that we are standing on today to do the motion of decision, which I have already done. And the motion, ironically, has been supported and it is seconded by the minority leader. So he's just stopped to make any further adverse remarks on the processes. Yes. Yes, because so, as I said, what is needed to be done now is the revisitation of clause 21, paragraph C, which I'm saying should be deleted and its place. That is for 40 to be deleted and for the insertion of 30 in place of 40. That is for clause 20. Speaker, and if the question is put on that, I could go to the second one, or perhaps I could even put the three together. Speaker, for the second one, again, clause 20, yes, clause 20, subclause 1D, because it's a sequel to the amendment that I'm proffering in 1C. We are going to delete 100 and then insert 90. That is in respect of clause 20. And clause 29, subclause 5, calling for its entire deletion. And then the schedule. We are proposing to delete the third row of the schedule. This is the effect of what I seek to do and what I'm doing. I thank you very much.
Honorable Hussein.
Mr. Speaker, the amendment is proper. I remember clearly that when we got to the funding, and it was indicated in the formula for funding the activities of the authority we are seeking to establish, our attention was drawn to the fact that 10% of the revenue generated from the services of the airport was assigned to the Meteorological Services Department, and that it was no longer 100%. The only reason why the amendment was not effected is that at that time, we have any evidence pointing conclusively that 10% of the revenue had been attached. And so the decision was that we step it down. But like all human endeavor, we stepped down and forgot. But our attention was drawn to the fact that 10% was no longer available. And so, Mr. Speaker, I support the amendment that it should be 90% and not 100% of the revenue. And then the second amendment is consequential upon the amendment that we have done to the 100%. And so, if Mr. Speaker is minded to take both together, it will have effected the necessary changes in the law. And I think that is the only thing that is outstanding. You remember somebody told us, I support the amendment.
Very well. For the avoidance of doubt, the motion for us to go backwards, yes, by way of a second consideration, has moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. We shall have a second consideration, and for the Honorable Majority Leader to now formally move what he proposes, and we proceed. The Marshal. Honorable Majority Leader.
The Speaker, as I indicated, the necessity for these amendments being proposed is that for clause 20, subclause 1, paragraph C, we had inserted 40. That is what is provided for in the bill. But now attention has been drawn to the fact that it rather should read 30. So we delete 40 and insert 30. That relates to the percentage allocation. The Speaker, and as a sequel, same clause 20, subclause 1, paragraph D, you have to delete 100 and then insert 90. Again, they relate to percentage allocations. The Speaker, that is it. And then for clause 29, subclause 5, on account of what you've done, we now have to delete 29, subclause 5. Then the schedule is intended to delete the entirety of the third row. The Speaker, that is the purpose of the amendment.
Yes, Honorable Hussein.
Speaker, I support the amendment. It is just to write what ought to have been done, and so this is the proper amendment. Now, like I said, our attention was drawn to the fact that 10% of the revenue, which was indicated as revenue accruing to the authority, had already been encumbered. We decided to step the matter down, but we never went back to it, and that's why we passed it without the effect of the change. And so this is a necessity that has to be done. So I support the amendment.
Thank you very much. All those in favor of the amendment say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. And the question is that the relevant clauses should be amended accordingly as a whole. All those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes. That will end the constitution stage then. I had said that will end the constitution stage now. Then, and I called the marshal. Yes. So, Honorable Majority Leader, what's your pleasure at this stage? Honorable members, we shall therefore move forward regarding motion number 8 and ask the Honorable Minister for Aviation to move.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move motion number 8, listed on page 11, that the Air Navigation Service Agency Bill 2020 be now read the third time. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honorable Majority Leader, Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to second the motion that the Air Navigation Services Agency Bill 2020 the third time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, all those in favor of the motion say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
An act to establish the Air Navigation Services Agency to provide air navigation services within the airspace of Ghana and any other airspace under the control of Ghana and for related matters.
The Air Navigation Services Agency Bill 2020 is duly read the third time and passed. Yes, Honorable Leader.
Mr. Speaker, you cannot deal with item listed as 10.
Item
10.
Item listed 10. Chairman on the Committee on Environment.
Mr. Speaker, item 10 is the National Blood Service Bill, the second reading of the National Blood Service Bill 2020, and it should be done by the Minister responsible for health.
So we move on to item 10, the Minister for Health.
Minister for Health.
For Health.
Mr. Speaker, the Deputy Minister for Health is here. He will stand in for the Minister for Health.
Very well. Honorable Deputy Minister.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the National Blood Service Bill 2020 be now read the second time. And in doing so, Mr. Speaker, let me say that this bill, the objective of it is to establish a national blood service to provide safe and adequate blood products for citizens who need transplant services. Mr. Speaker, over the past years, the practice of transfusion or transfusion services has been very fragmented and with little or no coordination. There are serious challenges with getting people to come and donate blood, and also that the products that are collected are safe for the consumption of the public. And Right Honourable Speaker, this particular bill would ensure that we put in place the necessary quality and culture structures that would ensure that the citizenry is protected when it comes to blood transfusion services. Mr. Speaker, the current National Blood Service takes its mandate from the National Blood Policy that was developed way back in 2006, and the Ministry of Health, and for that matter, government believes that it is a law, and appropriate structures to coordinate these exercises that provide safe, adequate blood and blood products. I would like to respectfully urge members to support this particular motion. I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, who seconds?
Mr. Speaker, I beg to associate myself with the motion on the floor, and in so doing, I'll present your committee's report. Mr. Speaker, I'll give highlights, and I wish that the Hansard will capture the full essence of the report. Speaker, on Tuesday, 11th August 2020, the National Blood Service Bill was presented in Parliament by the Honourable Deputy Minister for Health, Dr. Bernard Kuboy, on behalf of the Minister. The bill was referred to your Committee on Health for consideration. Mr. Speaker, a bit of background. Over the years, blood transfusion services has been highly fragmented and very little coordination. Quality structures and cultures were underdeveloped, while community and clinical interface were disjointed. There was inadequate equipment, and the few ones which were available were outmoded. In 2003, the government of Ghana, in furtherance of the efforts to improve the operations of National Blood Service, embarked on the reorganization and modernization of the blood service under Phase 3 of the Health Service Rehabilitation Project, HSRP3. Component 2 of HSRP3 was the construction and equipping of a purpose-built National Blood Service headquarters and the Southern Zone Blood Center in Accra, remodeling and equipping of the Northern Zonal Blood Center and equipping of the Central Zonal Blood Center in Kumasi. Currently, the National Blood Service operates 3 blood centers. Mr. Speaker, this bill seeks to translate the national blood policy into a legislation by establishing the National Blood Service as an agency of the Ministry of Health. This will ensure the adequate, safe, accessible, efficient, and affordable supply of blood and blood products to patients in the country, and also effectively coordinate the national blood supply system, promote economies of scale and quality of blood and blood products, and adhere to good manufacturing practice and standardization. The bill also is meant to ensure the promotion and protection of the health of the public through measures that guarantee the quality, safety, and appropriate use of blood and blood. We are go to some observations. The committee observed that the passage of the bill will enable the National Blood Service to provide safer and adequate blood and blood products to who require blood transfusion therapy in both the public and private healthcare institutions or facilities. The committee therefore recommends to the House to adopt the report, consider the amendments proposed in the appendix attached, and pass the National Blood Service Bill 2020. The Speaker, please submit it.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairman. Yes, Honorable Yirichi.
Yes, Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity. I support this motion, and I urge my colleagues to do so, because this is an outstanding matter. Blood, as you know, is vital for life, and therefore, if you have a service which was dependent on a policy only, a policy, not law, it did not regulate and it did not create institutions necessary for safe blood collection and transfusion. And therefore, this bill is very important, and we will urge all of us now to look at it critically. One use is, how safe can the blood be? From whom should we collect blood? And how can the professionals who handle blood transfusion do so? This is what this committee looked at. And there were very interesting issues that we raised. Because, one, we are behind in terms of establishing many more stations, institutions that can collect blood nationwide. What is happening currently in the various hospitals is something that needs to be regulated. First, it's supposed to be free that you get blood transfusion. But when you get there, you need to process. After the collection of the blood, it needs to be processed. And if it is to be processed, there's a cost element there. Again, if you have many people donating, willingly, voluntarily donating, there will always be blood in the blood bank. Unfortunately, that doesn't happen often. So sometimes there's a critical need for others to come in. So what is happening now in those and health facilities is that when you get there and you are in very critical condition, they will ask you either to bring somebody who will donate a replacement of whatever they have in the bank and the blood bank and given to you. And so these things must be properly be understood. If we regulate it by establishing a blood service, then regulations will also outline all this. Fortunately, again, we have now got very advanced training in terms of laboratory services and professionals in that category. And that is why we have to make sure that these things are properly regulated. Fortunately, the committee was blessed with the kind of attendance and support that they got from them. So once again, I think that this is one of the issues that we should all agree, that blood transfusion is important and we should regulate it. The other aspect, which has to do with those who don't accept blood transfusion, there are some who, for religious reasons, refuse to accept. That means that we in Ghana should expedite action in terms of producing blood products that can help those people who, for religious reasons, will not. You can hold blood transfusion than not necessarily a product prepared from chemicals and other products without the blood. So those people can benefit from that. And the Pharmaceutical Society of Ghana, together with the other producers, need to look at this critically so that we satisfy the market. On this note, Mr. Speaker, once again, I urge my colleagues to support the motion.
Honorable Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the motion before us and to say that without repeating some of the points that have been made, Mr. Speaker, this is a long overdue bill. Because this we should have done some 10 years ago. Looking at the time that we started this policy, way back 2006, and it's been on. And the Speaker, the sad thing is that we still are operating the 3 centers that it started with. That's Tamale, Kumasi, and Accra. The Speaker, the sad thing, the other sad aspect, like the Honorable Yelitra said, is that, so if you notice, when this policy was started, you had a lot of people volunteering to donate blood. Then it started dwindling because of the habit of some of our health professionals. When you get to the hospital, the frustration people go through in trying to access this blood when their family and members of their family are hospitalized. In very critical condition, they either tell you to get somebody, sometimes the volunteers who are willing and standing by for you to pay for them to donate, or you go search a family member, 2 family members to produce blood before they can carry on. Mr. Speaker, it indirectly started killing the spirit of the volunteerism where people were willingly donating the blood. I think this is an opportunity for us in the constituency state to look at measures that we can put to prevent such things from happening in facilities, especially when people are involved in accidents, in critical conditions, and the hospital says, yes, we have the blood, but you have to get someone to donate before we can go ahead to use. I believe the other way could happen. That look, we'll give you, but try and get people to support us. That's a more humane approach than, no, regardless of your condition, get people to donate before we can give you what we have in our system. Mr. Speaker, the second thing, which is very, very critical, is that apart from the 3 centers, we have over 150 facilities that collect blood. And Mr. Speaker, sometimes the way they treat it vary. And safety, Mr. Speaker, is very, very crucial in giving blood out to patients. Because it is not only just simple blood. Your blood group needs to be determined. So many other factors have to be determined and be gotten right before the blood transfusion will go on. And Mr. Speaker, I have a sad example to show in my constituency. Some 25 years ago, a young guy who was sick and was anemic, and the blood transfusion that was done in no other place but a big facility like Konfanoti turned out to be HIV infested. The guy went on sick, and finally it was detected. But at the end of the day, by that time, there was nothing that could be done. And the young man died, lost. It tells you how important treatment of this blood is and the centers. So these 150 centers, Mr. Speaker, yes, they are located at very strategic places, because if you go to almost every facility, it goes to all the way to Zuarungu, to Kita, they are trying to keep their own. In promulgating this law, we should avert our mind how to support them so that they will not necessarily have to also be going out collecting blood, when now we have the regulation that says that it is this service that has the mandate of collecting the blood. Because, Mr. Speaker, on this even blood service, when I was the chair of the health committee between 2010 and 12, we even traveled to London and we saw the way they did it. It's a very huge facility, and they use helicopters to make sure that they touch almost every aspect of every facility within their jurisdiction. And sometimes the time is faster than even the ambulance, because they claim that their services, in their view, is more critical than even the provision of an ambulance. Because if you need blood and you don't get it in the next 5-10 minutes, you are gone. So we may not have the facility to be able to operate like we saw in the UK, but if we have a proper arrangement through Act, we'll be able to make sure that all these other centers of blood are regularly have enough and kept well, so that they will not need to let themselves and try to treat where sometimes the treatment may not be right. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, because the provision of the blood at the facilities are supposed to be free, I believe that when we get to the constitution, we need to look at funding source. Because you can come to Parliament and 275 with the staff will give you £1,000 of the blood. You have to go and treat it. If you don't treat it and you go and keep it beyond certain time, it gets bad, even though you collected the blood. So, Mr. Speaker, if they do not have adequate funding, they may go on outrages, collect a lot of blood. Once they do not treat it well, it becomes a waste. And it becomes unavailable when any of us find ourselves in the hospitals. So, Mr. Speaker, with this comment, I believe that when we get to a constitution state, we need to look at these nitty-gritties and make sure that we tighten the loose ends and make sure that when this service is in operation, we'll have a very efficient service, even with our inability to place centers all around. But with the right connections and the right framework, I'm sure we should be able to operate a very good blood services. With this, I thank you for the opportunity to contribute.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minority Chief Whip. Majority, any contribution from the majority? I'll put a question. And the question is that the National Blood Service Bill 2020 be now read a second time. All those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Act to establish the National Service and to provide for related matters.
The National Blood Service Bill 2020 is duly read a second time. Yes, Honourable Majority Leader.
Speaker, item 11.
Item listed 11. Honourable Minister for Health. Honourable, you may continue.
Right, Honourable Speaker, I beg to move that the National Ambulance Service Bill 2020 be now read the second time. In so doing, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to mention that the purpose of the bill is to establish the National Ambulance Service to provide for the effective administration and management of emergency care services. Mr. Speaker, the National Ambulance Service was actually set up in 2001, but formal structures and operations of the service began in 2004 without any legislative backing, Mr. Speaker. This bill seeks to establish a publicly funded National Ambulance Service that will provide for the effective coordination, coordinated and timely delivery of emergency care to the sick and the injured. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to mention that this bill also would see to the establishment of a governing board that would have supervisory role over the management of the service to make sure that there is a significant efficiency and quality delivery of free hospital emergency services. There is also the establishment of a technical and planning committee at the district level to ensure that the operations, as much as possible, are decentralized. So, Speaker, we need proper coordinated emergency care services in this country, and this bill would ensure that we achieve that particular objective. I'd like to encourage honourable members to support the motion. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honourable Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the motion, associate myself motion on the floor, and it showed me I present your committee's report. I wish that the Hansard Department will capture the full extent while I give some highlights. Mr. Speaker, on Tuesday, 11th August 2020, the National Ambulance Service Bill 2020 was presented in Parliament by the Honourable Deputy Minister responsible for Health, Dr. Bernardo Kuboy, of the Minister responsible for Health, Mr. Kokwaj Mamani. The bill was referred to the Committee on Health for consideration and reports. Mr. Speaker, by way of background, the National Ambulance Service was established in 2001 by the Ministry of Health, the country's national emergency medical service body. The service was established as a result of the reviews into patient transport services and medical retrieval services in the country after the then Accra Sports Stadium tragedy on 9th May 2001, where 127 sports enthusiasts lost lives. Mr. Speaker, though the service was established in 2001, its formal and structural operations began in 2004, but without any legislative backing. The bill thus seeks to establish a publicly funded National Ambulance Service to provide a legal framework to specify standards, regulate operations, as well as discourage the inappropriate use and operations of ambulances in the country. The bill will also provide for the effective, coordinated and timely delivery of emergency medical care to the sick and the injured, and the transport of such sick and injured persons to the appropriate health facilities for further treatment. The service will also be mandated to provide emergency care cover at public gatherings. Mr. Speaker, I go to observations. The committee observed that the bill, when passed, will help deal with the persistent challenges of inadequate staffing, relative non-existent dispatch system, and lack of dedicated source of funding for the National Ambulance Service. It will also deal with the inadequate infrastructure and other facilities at the paramedic and emergency care training school within the system. The committee further observed that the passage of the bill will transform the ambulance service into an integrated ambulance management system with support from the country's digital address system, having a digitized state-of-the-art ambulance dispatch management system. The committee therefore recommends to the House to adopt the report, consider amendments proposed in the appendix of the report, and pass the National Ambulance Service Bill 2020. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Yechi.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity once again to this motion too. And to say that the emergency services in Ghana need to be properly coordinated. You have fire service, you have in each of the institutions a department handling emergencies. But if you look at the National Ambulance Service, it provides the services to be able to first save anybody who has been injured, who has an emergency on his hand, before they go to the hospital for treatment. And it is important that we train people who can do this. An ambulance is not just the vehicle that everybody enters and moves along. It must have equipment, it must have people who are trained to be able to resuscitate you even before you get to the point of treatment. So, once again, if we just leave things as they are, without regulation, it will not be appropriate. And therefore, this bill seeks to now regularize all these things and put in place. However, during the consideration of the bill, St. John's Ambulance, which has been in existence for a long time, raised an issue. And I don't know how the ministry has resolved the matter before, because they have petitioned you, Mr. Speaker, about absorbing them into the ambulance service without prior consultation. And I think that in a matter like this, they have existed for a long time, they have international connections. It is important that we resolve the matter amicably. Also, the many vehicles that we consider as ambulances and being run, if we do not provide adequately for the running and equipment, making sure that you repair ambulances, they will always be resting on the stones and therefore will not help anybody who needs the services of ambulances. I think that the government recently introduced or brought in a number of ambulances, but there's no system as such at the district level or the lower levels to manage this. So this bill also now attempts to create institutions within the system to be able to manage these ones. Until we are able to end this, otherwise it will be haphazard. I know there is a training for emergency professionals in Kenkaso, in Ashanti region, and I believe that if we enact this law and make sure that the institutions are properly demarcated in terms of their responsibilities, we are going to make sure we benefit more from this. Mr. Speaker, I also think that the people who manned the ambulances, sometimes when you have a crisis, they will ask you to pay money. And it is also because they are not properly funded. Should you be charging people who are in crisis? And therefore, the link between the ambulance service and the National Health Insurance Authority in terms of people benefiting as a result, because at the time that you are in this crisis, you may not be in position to provide money. There must be some support. And I believe that we must raise a fund to support whilst people are taken care of during the crisis that they have in emergencies. Emergency care is important because you can have earthquakes, you have domestic fires, all kinds of emergencies can arise, and it will require speedy movement of such people who are affected to places of, and the ambulances play a very critical role in this. I believe that it's an important bill and we should consider it as quickly as we can. Thank you very much for the opportunity, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes, minority.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, your Committee on Health invited some of us to be part of the consideration for the National Ambulance Bill. Mr. Speaker, we got to know that the journey to the establishment of the National Ambulance Service started in 2001, consequent upon the Accra Stadium disaster and the recommendation of the 5-member Presidential Committee set up to look at the disaster, who recommended that we pool together all our resources for a national emergency service. Now, or national emergency response system. Mr. Speaker, since 2001 or 2004, the national ambulances have been operating without any structural form, with any legislative backing. Indeed, they have been operating more like a form. Mr. Speaker, the ambulance service, Mr. Speaker, is just like a social insurance. Everybody, all of us sitting in this house, can be victims of disaster who require the services of the National Ambulance. It doesn't matter where you are, even if you are in your house. And that is why during your committee's meeting, we came to one definitive conclusion. Mr. Speaker, that because all of us can potentially use the National Ambulance Service in emergency, we must find a way to create a sustainable funding regime for it. We must pool together our resources and isolate the ambulance service from want, because they have operational costs. As I speak to you, Mr. Speaker, it came out clearly that because they have no legislative backing and they have no budgetary item, sometimes when they are providing the service, victims are compelled to make a contribution. This should not be acceptable, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, when we come to the funding, we've discussed with the chairman, we discussed with the National Insurance Commission, that it is important that all the people of this country make a commitment towards putting aside some money for the operations of the National Service, because everybody can be a beneficiary of the services of the National Ambulance Service. And Mr. Speaker, this is the time for us to support such a critical national institution that has the propensity to service all of us, irrespective of your social standing in society. So with these few words, Mr. Speaker, I support the motion. Thank you.
I'll put a question. All those in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
An act to establish the National Ambulance Service to provide for the effective administration and management of emergency care services and to provide for related matters.
The National Ambulance Service Bill 2020 is duly read a second time. Yes, Honorable Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the minister, the deputy minister in charge of energy is here. He is ready to move the second reading of the Renewable Energy Amendment Bill, and also do same for the Bui Power Authority Amendment Bill. Unfortunately, the report of the committee, we are told, the two reports are in print now. So it appears we may have to take a suspension. We may have to take a suspension of the sitting for a short while and then come to deal with the outstanding business. Mr. Speaker, I would plead that we take a suspension for 30 minutes. For 30 minutes to come and deal with the reports, the two reports of the committee. And then we suspend sitting in the afternoon at possibly 3 o'clock. We come back for an hour to finish with the program for the day. So we'll take a suspension of the sitting now.
Honourable members, the House will stand suspended for half an hour. The first of the Speaker will get ready to take the floor. Sitting is suspended for 30 minutes. Honourable members.
Speaker, we can deal with item number 16. Item 16.
Item 16. Motion by the Minister for Energy. Yes, Honorable Deputy Minister.
Mr. I beg to move that the motion numbered item 16 on today's order paper on page 13 is taken now. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to second the motion.
Honorable members, all in favor of the motion say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Number 17, by the Minister for Energy.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the Renewable Energy Amendment Bill 20 be now read a second time. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, object of the bill is to amend the Renewable Energy Act 2011, Act 832, to establish a competitive procurement scheme and a net metering scheme in respect of electricity generated from a renewable energy source, and empower the minister to designate a public utility to perform specific functions in the area of renewable energy, clean energy alternatives. The Renewable Energy Act 2011, Act 832, was enacted in 2011 to the development of the renewable energy resources in the country. Act 832 provided for a regulatory and license framework for the development of renewable energy in Ghana, and sought to place obligations on utilities and bulk customers to purchase part of the electricity requirements from renewable energy sources. We are proud to enactment of Act 832, the obstacle that confronted development of renewable energy resources in the country were the cost of technology and the resultant electricity cost that emanated from it. Act 832 thus established a feed-in tariff scheme to guarantee a fair rate of return for investors to attract them into developing renewable energy sources. However, after the promulgation of the Act, Mr. Speaker, rapid technological development has resulted in steep cost reduction in the renewable energy resources, especially the technologies, a lot of technology evolved, which have made renewable energy sources very competitive in pricing, Mr. Speaker. Currently, the pace of reduction in the price of renewable energy resources have even become cheaper than fossil fuel-based electricity sources. And, Mr. Speaker, reason for the amendment is to introduce competitive pricing in the renewable energy space to take advantage of the current low prices for renewable energy resources offer. As an instance, Mr. Speaker, in 2015, a competitive pricing, a competitive bidding that was done yielded a tariff of 11.47 kilowatts hour per kilowatt hour. And in 2016, a similar competitive bidding yielded 8.8 cents per kilowatt hour. And then the feed-in tariff regime, which had been gazetted, was pointing to a level of 50 per kilowatt hour. And investors in renewable energy resources were asking for 13 to 15 cents. That's demonstrating that a competitive bidding regime would enable the country to procure renewable energy, electricity from renewable energy sources at a more affordable and competitive priced levels. Mr. Speaker, the bill also obliges the distribution utilities to procure electricity from consumer generators to encourage small-scale generation through net metering. And furthermore, the bill mandates fossil fuel-based sale electricity suppliers, fossil fuel producers, and also other greenhouse and
go to the conclusion to save us time. We'll go to the conclusion of your presentation.
Thank you. To complement the global effort, to mitigate climate change effects, Mr. Speaker, finally, I must say the bill amends Section 53 of the Act to transfer the mandate of the Ministry of Energy to any public entity designated by the Minister responsible for energy to execute and manage renewable energy projects by the state, or in which the state has interest. Mr. Speaker, with these few comments, I so move.
Yes, Chairman of the Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to support the motion. And Mr. Speaker, in doing so, I will present the committee's report. The Minister has given extensive background to the amendments, so I'll go to the background as contained in the report. But I'll go straight to the observations made by the committee, Mr. Speaker. 71. He was informed that the competitive procurement scheme, which the bill seeks to introduce as part of the lances of the renewable energy sector, will attract competitive market rate for electricity generated from renewable energy sources, and also direct negotiation between wholesale suppliers and distribution utilities, which usually leads to the procurement of expensive power in the country. The office indicated that a bidding process conducted by the Ministry of Energy in 2015, for instance, yielded the price of 11.47 watt from solar energy, occurring at a time when conventional power plants were requesting for 13 to 15 cents per kilowatt hour, and the gazetted feed-in tariffs in Ghana was 15 United States cents. GUI Power Authority in recent competitive tendering process for 50 megawatts solar power had also realized a price of 8.8 cents per kilowatt hour. Mr. Speaker, conclusion. The committee has extensively deliberated on the policy objective of the bill and is of the view that its enactment into law would enable the utilities in the power generation sector secure power at a competitive tariff, translating into cheaper end-user tariff for consumers and promotion of small business. The committee accordingly recommends to the House to adopt this report and pass the Renewable Energy Amendment Bill 2020 into law under the certificate of agency and subject to the proposed amendments of the committee, such as Appendix 1, in accordance with Article 106 of the 1992 Constitution.
respectively submitted. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, those principles are to be debated. Yes, honourable member.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support the mover of the motion. Mr. Speaker, as somebody who served at the Ministry of Environment, Science and Technology and was actively involved in the negotiation of the Paris Climate Change Agreement, where the world set standards to cut down on CO2 emissions, commitment by all countries to try as possible to diversify and increase shift generation to renewable resources and reduce the use of fossil fuels. Mr. Speaker, certain structural obstacles have stood in the way of the shift towards renewable energy sources. One has been technology, the second has been cost. And increasingly, a lot of investment is leading into a reduction in the cost as the technology becomes very common. And therefore, as a country, this is a bold, strategic, and smart move to amend our legislation to take advantage of the reduced cost of producing energy through renewable sources and to take out the obstacles to what I call emular participation in energy generation. So the thinking is that energy generation is a capital-intensive exercise. But it could also be, the capital can be democratized in the sense that everybody's rooftop could be an action plant for renewable. If a country has the infrastructure to feed in and take the energy generated by every household and pay them a fair price for the generation of the electricity. All these, I believe, will be addressed if this amendment is passed, and the two twin issues, which is one, making it competitive so that we get value money in the purchase of renewable energy, and then also two, to enable individuals, households, and everybody to be able to participate in energy generation and feeding into the system, so that the investment that the state to put into energy generation will reduce as individuals by themselves participate, because it has become profitable, because the technology is cheap, everybody can access it, they can generate, and the infrastructure for feeding into the system and being paid is really regulated. So, Speaker, on that note, I commend this motion to this House and urge the House to support the motion. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, the leadership wish to call this one. Yes, Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to contribute to the motion. I supported Mr. Speaker, but with some reservations. First, to note that I hope that this will not constrain, the amendment not constrain the market development of renewable energy in Ghana, as captured in the UNDP Ghana Renewable Energy Development Master Plan. And Mr. Speaker, I have my second concern. May I respectfully refer you to page 3 of the committee's report and paragraph 6.4, clause 7, to amend section 51 of Act 832 to provide for interpretation of key terminologies. The Minister responsible for energy is empowered by amending section 53 of the Act to designate any public entity. So where is the competitiveness? Where is the value for money? You are just giving a power to a minister to designate public entity to, to execute renewable energy projects. You have said that you want it to go through a competitive process. Let it go through a competitive process. I'm not aware that ministers are responsible for releasing competitive processes in procurement. So I have concern that we want to give to a minister. We need transparency, we need guarantees for value for money. And then, Mr. Speaker, the committee next time must do a thorough work. What is Ghana's energy mix as of today? Thermal, hydro, renewable. We were working towards 20% renewable, as I read a few years ago. Whether that has changed or not, we need to know. So what is the current contribution of renewable energy to our energy mix? When I read this report, I don't see it. Because sometimes when you have disruptions of gas, then the contribution of thermal suffers. When you have those seasonal challenges with water, then hydro suffers. There is a particular reason why this was done. And Mr. Speaker, to quote their words, when they raise objections to, I want to use their own technical words, the feed-in tariff was to achieve a set purpose. The committee should tell us, are we there? Why did we say that when you connect from renewable, you must benefit from it? And because the truth be told, the cost of energy in Ghana is because of the taxes on energy. Nothing more. It's not about what you are attributing it to. There's some research. I'm quoting from a source I've been reading. Taxes on the sector contributes to the cost. And I stand by my comment. I say I have read. I just didn't read your report. That's why I made reference to biomass, solar, wind, and others. So let's not blame the wrong culprit to be able to amend. So I am hesitant, Mr. Speaker, in giving power to a minister to just determine any entity for purpose of those provisions. And then, Mr. Speaker, when you come, as I've indicated, paragraph 5, the purpose of the bill, therefore, is to amend the Renewable Energy Act 2011 to establish a competitive procurement scheme and net metering scheme. Then you end that you want a minister to designate a public scheme. That is in conflict with a competitive process. You want a minister to designate, you want a competitive process. What are you choosing? So, Mr. Speaker, I support this amendment, but with, as I've said, with some concerns. And my concerns are that, are we there as a country recognize that our power sector remains unbundled? You see generation, transmission, and distribution, as I've said, unbundled, and independent power producers. What is it that we are to do? Because the only thing which assures me in the committee's report, I found comfort in paragraph where some bidding process said that it was much more cheap than should be the case. That's the only thing I find in this report. But next time, the committee must do a work to let us know what is the contribution of energy to Ghana's energy mix. Since this policy was done, what have we been able to achieve and what is lacking in order to warrant an amendment? But with this comment, I support the motion.
Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to also make a few comments. First, to acknowledge that in 2011, after we discovered crude in the country and had started pumping up petroleum, that indeed was the year when we enacted the Renewable Energy Act. Mr. Speaker, I believe that was really forward-looking, when even though we had discovered petroleum and had started pumping up crude oil for the first time in the history of the country, we decided, alongside the new bill, to enact the Renewable Energy Act. Mr. Speaker, three main reasons why we did that. First, that fossil fuel could burn out. We have discovered, we knew that it was not ultimately sustainable to depend on fossil fuel. So in the wisdom of the technical people and indeed of government, it was decided that we should resort to other means, other much more sustainable means of producing or generating energy for use. Mr. Speaker, secondly, it was to provide the country with a variety of sources so that our dependence on fossil fuel and indeed on power could be improved. Third, it was also to assist us in cutting down the cost of generating energy. Mr. Speaker, the various sources, as the minority leader has indicated, include not only hydro and thermal, but now gas and biomass, and have introduced solar power generation. Mr. Speaker, the current generation of energy from solar power, Mr. Speaker, is enabling us to access power at a cost of 8.8 cents per kilowatt hour. Mr. Speaker, that is a significant drop in the cost of power generation. However, and Mr. Speaker, if we compare it to the current production cost of the thermal plants, between 13 and 15 cents per kilowatt hour, one would say that yes, we've climbed down significantly. However, if you compare the solar power generation to the cost of generating hydro power, yes, Mr. Speaker, it still means that we haven't done much in the area of solar power generation. Averagely, level, solar power generation is in the region of between 4 and 4.5 cents. So if you are producing at 8.8 cents, it still means that the cost of production is still high. And that we should have a second look at what we are going. I know that with time, technology in solar power generation is improving. And ultimately, the Speaker, I believe it will further come down. But we should be able to read from what is happening elsewhere. When elsewhere they are generating solar power at the cost of 4.5 cents, and we are generating at 8.8 cents, certainly it's not the best. If match it against the power generation, one could say that some savings. The Speaker, we started with the recent power agreement producing thermal power at the cost of 16 and 17 cents. Now, the last one that we did, Amandi, has climbed down significantly. And Amandi power generation is in the region of 11.5 cents per kilowatt hour. Mr. Speaker, that means that even in thermal power generation, we are climbing down significantly, which is why I insist that the 8.8 cents per kilowatt hour in solar power generation is still very high. So, Mr. Speaker, all in all, as I said, I support the bill before us, the amendment of the bill, but I still think that we haven't done well enough in this field. We must probe further, and I believe that we are capable of further scaling down the cost of production in the solar sector. The Speaker, with these, I would want to support the amendment bill of the committee. Thank you very much.
At the conclusion of the debate, all in favor of the motion say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried.
An act to amend the Renewable Energy Act 2011-832 to establish a competitive procurement scheme and a net metering scheme in respect of electricity generated from a renewable energy source, empower the Minister to designate a entity to perform specific functions in the renewable energy and other clean energy alternatives, and provide for related matters.
The Renewable Energy Bill is now read a second time. Item 8.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
If I may, if we can deal with item 22.
Item 22. By the Minister of Energy. Yes, Honorable Deputy Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that motion number 22 on page 14 of the order paper for today be taken down. I so move.
Yes, Minority Leader.
I beg to second the motion.
The motion has been moved and seconded. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Item 23.
Okay. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the Blue Power Authority Amendment Bill 2020 be now read a second time. Yeah, Mr. Speaker. The Blue Power Authority Amendment Bill Mr. Speaker, the object of the bill is to amend the Blue Power Authority Act 2007, Act 740, to provide for the Blue Power Authority to develop renewable energy and other energy alternatives in the country. The Blue Power Authority Act 207, Act 740 was enacted in 2007 to establish an authority with the mandate to develop hydroelectric power project in the Blackwater River at Bui and any other potential hydroelectric power sites. Mr. Speaker, following the establishment of the Bui Power Authority, pursuant to this act, the authority has over the years demonstrated that it has a capacity to be relied on to deliver the expected results of government, especially in the area of renewable energy projects. The Bui hydroelectric project was commissioned in 2013 and has been in operation up to date. The authority also has over the years, under the direction of the Ministry of Energy, undertaking several activities on behalf of the state, especially in the area of renewable energy, Mr. Speaker. Additionally, the Ministry of Energy has started the authority to execute and on behalf of the state certain renewable energy projects assigned by the Minister responsible for energy, as well as undertake renewable energy projects and other clean energy alternatives. The bill is thus, Mr. Speaker, in concluding, the bill is thus intended to amend Act 740 to enable the authority to perform the functions assigned by the minister responsible for energy in the area of renewable energy and any other energy alternative. Mr. Speaker, I so move.
Yes, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to second the motion. It will moved by the Deputy Minister. Mr. Speaker, in doing so, I will present the committee's report. I will request the Hansa Department to capture the report in its entirety. Whilst I take a few sections of the report. Mr. Speaker, I will go straight to observations. 7.1. The committee was informed that the government of Ghana, through the Ministry of Energy, has in the past 3 years mandated the Power Authority to spearhead the development of the renewable energy sector. Because of the sound technical and financial capacity the authority has acquired since the commencement of its operations. To this end, the government of Ghana, through the Ministry of Energy, has directed the authority to establish the owner-operator company for Ghana's nuclear energy program and be a major shareholder of the Nuclear Power Ghana Limited, together with Volta River Authority and the Ghana Atomic Commission. These additional responsibilities were observed not within the scope of the existing mandate of the authority prescribed under the Act 740. The proposed amendments would therefore address the anomaly by offering a legal backing to the authority to support the government in the pursuit of its objective of developing the renewable energy sector and other clean energy alternative sources. Mr. Speaker, I will go straight to conclusion. The committee has extensively deliberated on the policy objective of the bill and is of the view that its enactment into law would position the authority to attract private investment in promoting the development of the renewable energy projects and other clean energy alternatives for the purpose of generating electric to support the industrialization agenda of the country. The committee recommends to the House to adopt this report and pass the We Power Authority Amendment Bill 2020 into law in accordance with Article 106 of the 1992 Constitution, respectively submitted. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes,
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to make few comments, observations on this motion. I certainly encourage even to support it. Is that to suggest that you just amended the Renewable Energy Act so that you amend BUI Act and give BUI power to do renewable energy? That is not consistent with government policy, and that is not consistent with us as a country to use an energy mix of thermal, hydro, renewable for increased energy access in the country. I mean, Ghana today can pride itself among one of the best in the world in terms of access to electricity, around 82%. So, Mr. Speaker, what we just did, you remember I raised an issue that the minister shall appoint a public entity. So this is a public entity. This is all we are doing. You just amend a law. Mr. Speaker, may I go to Act 740 and I read the long title and then point out some inconsistencies even in the committee report. It reads, We Power Authority Act 2007, an act to provide for the establishment of an authority charged with the development of a hydroelectric power project on the Black Volta River BUI and other potential hydropower sites on the Black Volta River for related purposes. BUI was not created to do renewable energy. And Mr. Speaker, investors have come into Ghana to invest in renewable energy. You cannot take their business away and go and add to BUI. In 2007, I was in this parliament. Even when BUI was to be established, I'll go to the answer with nostalgic memory to his late memory. The late Bauretu, I still recall he walked across to come and convince us why he thought that Ghana must accept taking away hydropower, even from VRA. When you give we the power to do hydroelectric power, then you are now coming to say that you want to empower we to do renewable energy. Mr. Speaker, I'm sorry, I don't think that this is consistent with even the NPP's government policy on the energy sector. I'm not too sure about it. You are just amending renewable energy so that you give power to an energy minister to designate a public entity. Ask for a copy of the bill. And Mr. Speaker, pardon me to go for establishment of the authority. And Mr. Speaker, let me go to your committee's report. And then they capture it in their words. They say Western River of the Republic of Ghana. What is Western River of the Republic of Ghana? I've read a Black Volta River at Bui. That is what is in the Bui Act of 2007. Mr. Speaker, if you come to the committee's report, in paragraph 4.3, initiatives the Western River of the Republic of Ghana. What is Western River of the Republic of Ghana? But Mr. Speaker, in principle, I find policy incongruence. I do not think that those who thought at the time under President Kufuor to establish BUI, their intention was for BUI to do renewable energy. It's a wrong policy initiative, and I support it for the record. It is not a good policy. Leave BUI to do hydroelectric power. Dwale is still undeveloped. The president calls to lay in this parliament Palugu. That's hydro. If you want to even expand the remit of BUI, expand it in respect of hydroelectric power. But to let BUI go and take away business who are in renewable energy, who have just invested in that area and have not recouped their benefit, this is not investor friendly, and I do not support it. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Does the leader wish to comment? They wish to comment on this report.
Speaker, the water reality was created to generate hydroelectric power. Initially, at the time of the creation of the authority, the nation had not thought about renewable energy. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, when Ghana came to thinking about generating power from nuclear sources, record has it that at the time a suggestion was made to have VRA to generate nuclear power. Mr. Speaker, so I don't really see what is fundamentally wrong encouraging investors who are already, or stakeholders who are already in power generation to go into other sources of cheap power. I don't see what is fundamentally wrong. Mr. Speaker, power is generated from petroleum. And indeed, if I am to be specific, from diesel. Those of them who are into it go backwards and integrate into gas production. And gas production to generate power. Mr. Speaker, times were in this country where companies that were generating, supposed to generate electricity went into the production of salt, into the production, the cultivation of cocoa and coffee. Mr. Speaker, those ones had nothing to do with power generation. And attention was
forced, I should say, and focus on them to refocus on their core areas of functionality. That is something that we should be working towards. You are producing power. Mr. Speaker, migrating into soil production, migrating into coffee production, cocoa production, is something that has nothing to do with power generation. But if you have to go into, you have the capacity to go in renewable energy production, I don't see what is fundamentally wrong with it, except perhaps to say that, but it is not of your function as defined by the Act to do that. You could be questioned, but if indeed we could amend the Act, because already we Power Authority was doing that, and the auditors raise issues that we can't do that because it's not part of your remit. And if you have that, if you think that you have the capacity to do that, we should have the Act amendment to enable you to do that, which we are doing here. So, Mr. Speaker, if it is a matter of there not be any connection, there is a disconnect between the production of one source of power and the other, that's something different. Mr. Speaker, if we, Power Authority, decided that the forest reserves or the resources in the north were being depleted because people are harvesting the few timber resources in the area and then converting them into coal, and they decide to go in plantation, tree crop plantation, to feed that, I would not see anything fundamentally wrong. That is if their act enabled them so to do. If the harvesting of it is to produce charcoal, also another form of fuel, I don't see anything fundamentally wrong with that. But one could question the authority if act establishing them made no such provision. Then you could go after them to say that, but it's not part of your remit. Your functions, your defined functions, don't allow you to venture into these areas. If the defined functions allow them, as we now enabling them to do, what is wrong with that? So, Mr. Speaker, that is my position. I don't think that what is being done is anything untoward. If it's going to add to some cost escalation in their overhead costs, then we should question it. That we have no efficiency in this, so abandon it. That's another matter altogether. But if they prove to be efficient because they are already in the field of the generation, and they should be encouraged to do that, I don't see anything fundamental. So, Mr. Speaker, with that, I would support the amendment and urge all of us to be supportive of it, which I believe is a noble one. Thank you very much.
At the conclusion of the debate, all in favor of the motion say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried.
An act to amend the Bui Power Authority Act 2007 at 740 to provide for the authority to develop renewable energy and other clean energy alternatives in the country and for related matters.
The Bui Power Authority Amendment Bill 2020 has been now read a second time. Yes, Honourable Leader.
Mr. Speaker, if we can go to item 24.
Item number 24. Minister for Energy.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that motion number 24 on page 15 of today's order paper be taken now. I so move.
Yes, Chairman of the Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to second the motion.
Honourable members, all in favor of the motion, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Honourable, we to do 25?
So, Mr. Speaker, 25.
Very well. Item 25, the Bui Power Authority Amendment Bill 2020 at the consideration stage. Very well. Clause 1.
Long title of Act 740 amended.
All in favor of the proposed, all in favor of clause 1 being a part of the bill, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 1 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 2.
Section 11 of Act 740 amended.
Yes, Honorable Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, clause 2, as I understand it, seeks to amend section 11 of Act 740 by deleting the phrase, the Electricity Company of Ghana or any public utility license under the Energy Commission 1997, Act 541, and to empower the minister responsible for energy to tax the authority to undertake renewable energy projects. I want to get the justification for it. So you don't want Electricity Company of Ghana, and you don't want public utility license under the Energy Commission Act. Yet that is the mandate we gave the Energy Commission. Since I'm on clause 2, I would restrict myself to it, but I could just argue, when you go along the line, it is even the intention to remove the power of taker restrictions of selling power to ECG. I think that that is good enough in the public interest of Ghana's electricity generation and its distribution and transmission. So the chairman should give us justification why he wants it to be something power given to the minister, the public entities as established.
Yeah. Chairman, yes.
Mr. Speaker, the amendment is not to take away the powers from CG as utility distribution company, but also allow other utility distribution companies, which Wind Power Authority, when they have this mandate to generate more power, can engage them and supply power to the other utilities. So Wind Power has PPA with ECG. That one we cannot touch. But Wind Power, in going into renewable energy generation, will definitely produce more power. So if ECG decide not to get the power from Wind, where again can the authority be able to sell the power which has been generated? Is to give other utility distribution companies the opportunity to buy power, which in this case will be quite cheaper from Wind Power if they so desire. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I understand the rationale. You want to introduce competitiveness. That is what we want. Now, sub-clause 2B, Speaker, with your leave and indulgence, I've had no opportunity to thoroughly study this and file my amendments. See the subsection B. It reads, manage on behalf of the state access in the renewable energy sector. Why? Are we assigning access of persons in renewable energy for the Minister for Energy to dedicate it to Bui? That is not good enough. But that's what they are saying. Manage on behalf of the state access in renewable energy sector. Why? There's a problem too, Mr. Speaker. If you say execute on the state renewable energy projects, you can there, but assigned by the authority of the minister. If you come in and you want to do renewable energy, what is the existing law? Is to go through Energy Commission, go through a process of being licensed to generate renewable energy. Why do we want to usurp the power and mandate of the Energy Commission for a minister?
I'm waiting for any proposed amendment. Otherwise, I'm putting them.
Mr. Speaker, the sub-clause, wherever you find assigned by the authority of the minister, I so propose, delete those. And manage access, I do not think that the Minister for Energy should manage every renewable entity. But let me restrict myself, as we are doing consideration, to sub-clause, execute on behalf of the state renewable energy projects. And is it even projects? You see, you just want them to undertake renewable energy initiative or projects. When you say projects, and you just want Bui, as I understand, to be able to do renewable energy. As leader observed, there was a wrong. You are now trying to correct that wrong with the law. At the time they did the wrong, it was wrong in law. So we should propose that undertake renewable energy initiatives. I don't mind the project, but the words authority of the minister should be taken away so that the Energy Commission can still be a functional institution of state. Mr. Speaker, I so propose.
Yes.
Speaker, it's important to give we authority the power to undertake renewable energy projects. Because we energy or power authority must be a responsible player. Even though they are already engaged in producing clean energy, because
hydroelectric power is clean energy. Most producers of power want to be seen as good corporate citizens, and they harness the potential of the sun to complement their activities. But you don't get the power to the discretion of the minister. If you want to remedy a defect that has been seen, then this Power Authority is already investing in renewable energy. But it appears from their act, which is Act 7.4, that they don't have that power. It means they are spending resources, public resources, on activities for which they have no power. And that could cause problems under the Public Financial Management Act for them. And so if you really that defect, just give them the power to undertake renewable energy projects. Yes, so I support the minority leader that we don't need to assign that power to the minister. It's the part that deals with the assignment of the minister, and just give them the power to undertake renewable energy projects as part of their functions.
Now, I want to make a complaint on two, as it's linked to Energy Commission. Energy Commission is a regulator. This bill is saying that property belonging to government can be given to the authority to manage. How does that affect the regulator's role? How does that affect the regulator's role? This is asset ownership can be transferred to another government agency. How does the regulator come in?
Speaker, as you said, Energy Commission is a regulator. The minister is a policy maker. So if you ask the policy maker now to assign a renewable initiative and processes, you are taking away regulatory power to the minister. Maybe let me give you an example. Minister for Communication, NCA was a regulator. If you allow the minister just to wake up every other time to interfere with the industry, you have problems. So you leave them as a regulator, separate and distinct from the minister.
How will the minister interfere with NCA by giving its assets, for example, Vodafone, its shares in Vodafone, to another company to manage? Licensing that's not coming. It's not giving you the power to do anything. This asset belongs to me. I'm saying that this company may be giving part of that. I can't see where the regulation comes in. Yes, Honourable Member.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my understanding of the amendment is that the authority, which is already involved in energy generation, hydro energy generation, may be assigned the responsibility to carry out renewable energy generation on behalf of the state by the Minister for Energy. That is my understanding of what clause 6 to do. So the authority is not a regulator. The authority is an executor of a project, an existing project, which is a hydroelectric project. And the minister now wants them to add on task of executing project, which is renewable energy project. And what this legislation seeks to do is to say that the minister can assign to the authority the responsibility to execute the project on behalf of government. I think that is what this, the intendment, that's my reading of this clause. We can, or the principle, to the authority which is involved in hydroelectric generation, adding on to renewable energy generation. We can object to that principle. But the rendition, as I understand it, is simply saying that this company, which is a state company, involved in hydroelectric generation, the minister can also assign to that company the task of carrying out renewable energy generation on behalf of the state. So it is for us to go to the parent legislation, the legislation BUI authority, to find out whether BUI authority can do that. And I think this is what this amendment is seeking to do. That's my understanding. Not that I agree with it, but I'm just explaining my understanding of the
Yes, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if you take the Renewable Act 2011, Section 53, the transitional provisions, it states, until such time that a renewable energy authority is established, the Renewable Energy Directorate under the Ministry of Energy shall A, oversee the implementation of renewable energy activities in the country, B, execute renewable energy projects initiated by the state or in which the state has an interest, and C, manage the assets in the renewable energy sector on behalf of the state. What is happening is the renewable energy has, as of now, not been established, and that the Renewable Energy Directorate within the Ministry of Energy, which was to take up this responsibility for the projects that are being given to We Power Authority, the Directorate has become incapacitated in terms of its powers. So that is why we are proposing that the minister can do that until such a time that the authority, the Renewable Energy Authority, is established, and the minister will cease to implement the government's renewable energy policies. So, Mr. Speaker, I think your explanation and understanding is correct, and that is what we intend doing. Thank you very much.
Yes, ranking member.
Mr. Speaker, this does not what he has read. The genesis of the establishment of the Directorate of Renewable Energy at the Ministry of Energy was when government decided to harness the potential of renewable energy in this country to complement the energy sources that we had. Before then, Renewable Energy Directorate did not exist. We had an officer for renewable energy. Now, when that directorate was established, it then was to ensure, working with those who wanted to invest in renewable energy, ensure that we always got the energy mix right. At that time, the cost of renewable energy was so high, and if you allowed a free rein, people will invest in renewable energy and then scale up the cost so that consumers cannot pay for power. You said that the Director of Renewable Energy shall manage the matters in the renewable energy sector. That was it. But whatever be the case, anybody seeking to invest in renewable energy must first of all get approval from the Energy Commission, not the minister. Anybody. So then the Director of Renewable Energy, working with his minister, agreed that the investor in renewable energy will not scale up the cost of investment. If you look at it plus its marginal earnings will not scale up, then the Energy Commission will give a permit. That is why, and it was contemplated that as we continue to invest in renewable energy, a time will come when we'll have a lot of renewable energy resources in this country, and so we establish an authority to deal with renewable energy. That was the thinking, and so we are not there yet. I agree with your amendment that we should give them the power The VRA has done renewable energy at Navrongo. Many others are investing in renewable energy, but there is a need to regulate it. But you know, the way you have captured B, you are indirectly, probably through the back door, constituting Bui Power Authority into an renewable
member. Can I ask, if they take over by this law any of the assets, can they do anything if it requires a regulatory power without going to the Energy Commission? This is just assets. You take the assets, the management. But if you have to do anything, you go to the regulatory authority to get the license. That's all. So I can't see where the conflict comes in at all.
Mr. Speaker, I have one more comment. And after it, those who know drafting better will look at it. When the chairman of the Energy Committee referred us to the Act, unfortunately, I don't have a copy, but as he read it, he himself said, in which the state has an interest, unquote, repeat it. So if you are taking over assets, you must qualify it. I'm simply saying that there are people invested in renewable energy. Which assets are private? Mr. Speaker, because it's consideration stage, I don't want to take you through. I was in The Hague, in the Netherlands, when a Ghanaian wanted to, in fact, Gut, he's the MPP ambassador to Cuba, Napoleon, was facilitating the establishment of a 20 megawatts electricity in Gushe. Sorry, apology. Ghana's ambassador, Mr. Speaker. Now, this was private. The only reason why he didn't succeed at the time was the Minister of Finance saying that they couldn't give him partial risk guarantee. But some others got full as private investors in renewable energy. So, Chairman, read your words well. If you can seek to improve it, they can manage on behalf of the state accessible energy in which the state has an interest. Then you have protected the investment of other persons. But, Mr. Speaker, you see, we are compelled now to be reading through all this. Understandable, but to manage on behalf of the state access in the renewable energy sector without any fear of any rebuttal means that any investment in renewable energy can, by the power of the minister, be sent to Bui to manage. That is how I understand B. That is how I understand B. Again, manage on behalf of states, access in the renewable energy sector, minus the words the chairman used. He said, in which the state has an interest. So here to qualify it, they can only manage access in which the state has an interest. If you improve it that way, I'll go with you. But if you don't mind, let him read the particular paragraph you read. I followed you, but read it again so that we follow. I don't have a copy.
Yes, Member for
Mr. Speaker, during the explanation of the chairman, he said that the renewable energy has not yet been established, or the authority, the board. The authority has not been established. And that is why the minister is doing this. I think that because we are making a law which is of a permanent nature, we should rather still maintain what is in the Act. We know that in the absence of the Act, somebody is giving the authority. But we don't mention that person as now replacing what has been said in the Act. So if they agree for us to leave the power with the authority in the one who should do it, and just because it has not been established, still, if the minister is doing authorizing this or using the access because the board does not exist, that is a different matter. But we cannot act and then assign the responsibility to a minister.
Why is the authority not established?
in the first place? Why should you give it to a minister? Supposing now, after tomorrow, we establish the thing, are you coming to amend this act? We need to look at that as well.
Honorable, what does it say? It says the minister may assign. It doesn't take it. It is the same thing. It's the minister who has the power to either give it to this authority or somebody else. So that's where, if we want an amendment, we don't want the minister to give it at all. That's another assignment. But if the minister has the power to give it, whether it gives it to the Bui authority or another matter, I can't see where there should be a disagreement. Yes, Honorable Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I was listening to the Minority Leader in his intervention, and I seem to share what issues that he's raised. Let's not even talk about renewable energy. The thermal plants that we have, car power and others, they generate. The state is the off-taker, but the assets are not to be managed by the state. Right? So I think that we should provide that distinction where the state has interest. That should be managed by the state. But if we have private investors, they have their own assets and they generate, and the state is an off-taker. Compare the state to be the manager. I think we should just make that little distinction. That's my little one.
Let's read again whether that is what the text suggests. Yes.
I said that it is an indirect way of constituting authority into a renewable authority, because VRA has renewable energy resources. Are you by this amendment saying that the minister can assign the assets of VRA in renewable energy to Bui? Is that what you're saying? The minister just assigns the assets of VRA now in Navrungu to Bui to manage. It can't be so. It can't be so. The panel and everything in Navrungu now are managed by Bui Power Authority, because the assets are the panels.
Honorable, where in the text is that suggestion?
Is there? Manage on behalf of the state assets in the renewable energy sector. Assets in the renewable energy sector. So power producers have assets.
No, it's referring to assets owned by government. It cannot be just any asset.
The VRA assets are government assets.
VRA is a state institution. It also has personality. If it has assets, it belongs to VRA.
What this amendment is,
it doesn't have a statutory personality.
But what is this seeking to do is saying that the minister can assign them.
Before this
The Speaker,
anyway,
we have our point on the floor. We don't want tomorrow the minister to assign those assets, and we'll be told that it is Parliament that gives the minister the power to do that.
As
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much.
Chairman, kindly wait. You brought the bill. Listen to others, please.
Mr. Speaker, I think we must read the bill as a whole. We must read the bill as a whole. The clauses, the sub-clauses are three. A says, execute on behalf of the state renewable energy projects assigned to the authority by the minister. Then B, manage on behalf of the state assets in the renewable energy sector assigned to the authority by the minister. So, in my ordinary understanding, of this arrangement, it is a situation where the minister will say, Bui Power Authority, can you embark upon a renewable energy project on behalf of the state? Wherever the resource comes from is another matter. Whether it is income of the Bui Power Authority, which the state instead of reinvesting in something, to invest in renewable energy to increase your generation of renewable energy, or that the state is making its own budgetary allocation for that project. Now, when you have executed that project, then the minister can say, manage that project on behalf of the state. That is what I think, flowing logically from the subclause A of clause 2. That is my understanding. But if we separate them, then we will be able to impute into B an assumption that some other assets, other renewable energy assets sitting somewhere, belonging to, let's say, VRA, can be assigned to Bui Power Authority by the minister. So I think that we need to tidy up the construction in such a way that this mix doesn't occur, or that this understanding does not arise in the minds of who in future will be implementing this legislation if we pass it as presently rendered. So I think that you can see that the understanding of the possibilities is across the two sides. The majority leader himself has just indicated that he seems to appreciate the consent of the minority leader. And Honorable Minister also appreciates the consent of the minority leader. I think I appreciate the consent of the minority leader. If you take 2B alone, as a stand alone, it can be read that way, that any other asset that is somewhere can be assigned to the authority to manage, which is what the minister is objecting to. So let's tidy up the rendition so that it carries what I think is the intention, that the minister will assign to the authority the execution of the project, and then assign to them the management of the project on behalf of the state. I think that's what execution and management. Yes.
Yes.
Speaker, you recall that a number of times I have said that I want to be heard on the record, and I indicated that I've always forgotten to say case beyond pepper and heart has been domesticated in Ghana, that parliamentary debate be a guide to interpretation. So we want to be guided, that we are not the power to a minister to direct that assets of renewable energy entities be assigned by the minister. And Mr. Speaker, when the chairman was on the floor with the deputy minister, they said there's a Renewable Energy Act, Ghana, 2011, Act 832, which provides processes for matters dealing with renewable energy. So don't give an impression as if a regulator doesn't exist. We know there is a Renewable Energy Act, and Mr. Speaker, let me read the long title. An act to provide for the development, management, utilization, sustainability, and adequate supply of renewable energy for the generation of heat and power and for related matters, assented 31st December 2011. Let's hasten cautiously. I'm not against Bui taking renewable energy, as explained by the chairman and particularly by leader, that their audit report reveals that they were engaged in some illegal renewable energy activity of a sort. But I'm not in support of the role of the Energy Commission being assigned to the minister. I do not support it as I understand it. Honorable Ayerga has read it. I've also read from the Bui Power Authority Amendment Act 2020. This is my understanding. It says manage on behalf of this. And Chairman, I said you read a certain act. You use words that I heard you carefully. If you read it, we can just use it to tidy it up, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Yes, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, if we add the amendment proposed by the minority leader, that what the state has an interest, it doesn't change so much the shape and power.
I'm here. If you propose that, then I'll put a question on it.
Mr. Speaker, sub-clause B, 1A, execute on behalf of the state renewable energy projects. But my problem for the chairman to choose whether he wants to use projects or activities. Because if you come to see, you say undertake renewable energy activities. So let's choose one of them. Whether you want projects, then let project run through. So you delete the words assign to the authority by the minister. Then B, manage on behalf of the states assets in the renewable energy sector in which the state has interest. In which the state has interest. If he has no objection, we can let it go. But, Mr. Speaker, I would appreciate he reading the act and the petition where he used the words just for our record.
In which subclause was the amendment C? 1. Which subclause did you propose the amendment to? A, B, C?
Mr. Speaker, A and B. And then C, ask the chairman whether he wants to use undertake renewable activities or project. Because he uses project in A and project in B.
Mr. Speaker, I would prefer renewable energy projects. And also, what the Section 53 of the Renewable Energy Act 11 says, execute renewable energy projects in each state or in which the state has an interest. So you go with in which the state has an interest.
That is A and B.
A and B.
We'll take those first. All in favor of the yes, honorable member for Ogankwe Central.
Mr. Speaker, on the A, I've been listening to the arguments, and Honorable Leader, please, there is a renewable energy project at APAM, which is 100% privately owned. Yes, Mean Energy, 100% privately owned. They are undertaking the same activity with BUI. So in future, if that private entity decides to sell a stake to the state, who holds that stake on behalf of the state until it is assigned? It is the minister responsible for energy. That is why it is important. We are looking into the future. When there's an acquisition, who assigns that asset to the authority on behalf of the state? That, Mr. Speaker, that is my understanding of A.
Yes, honorable leader.
Mr. Speaker, I listened to the other member for, and I was trying to reconcile what he said with what the minority leader also said. Mr. Speaker, the B, Section 11 of Act 740 amended. The B provides the authority shall, in accordance with the Renewable Energy Act 2011, execute. Mr. Speaker, let's remove the words in parentheses. Execute renewable energy projects assigned to the authority by the minister. So they do the execution. Renewable energy projects that the minister would assign. The minister would assign those and then they will execute those ones. Now B then says they should manage on behalf of the state the assets in the renewable energy sector that have been assigned to them by the minister. Mr. Speaker, so I was just reading it. So everything to be done, rather we should introduce the definite article there in B. Just that. And then I think we'll cure that mischief so that it doesn't extend to other renewable energy projects. So it rather should read, manage on, that's the B, manage on behalf of the state the assets in the renewable energy sector assigned to the authority by the minister. So those will be the projects assigned to the authority by the minister. The assets contained in those projects are what they are into. So we just need to introduce a definite article there in B to reflect that it relates to A. That's the intended. So I was trying to reconcile it, and I think just the introduction of the definite article. We don't need to worry our heads over that. So
all in favor of the proposed amendment say aye.
Aye.
All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now section 2 as amended. So clause 2 as amended shall form part of the bill. All in favor say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 2 is ordered to stand the bill. Clause 3.
Section 30 of Act 740 amended.
All in favor of clause 3 being a part of the bill say aye. All against say no. The aye clause 3 is ordered to stand part of the bill. The long title.
An act to amend the Blue Power Authority Act 2007, Act 740, to provide for the authority to develop renewable energy and other clean energy alternatives in the country and for related matters.
All in favor of the long title being a part of the bill say aye. All against say no. The ayes have long title is ordered to stand part of the bill. Now, that brings us to the end of consideration the Bui Power Authority Amendment Bill 2020. Yes, Honorable Leader. What next, sir?
Mr. Speaker, we go to item listed as 4H. 4H on the original order paper.
Very well. Item number 4H. Presentation of papers by the chairman of the committee.
Report of the Committee on Communications on the commercial contract agreement between the Government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Communications and Rezone Group Limited of Israel, for an amount up to 58,710,326 United States dollars for the design, development, and implementation of the critical national infrastructure protection solution, digital forensics laboratory infrastructure, cyber intelligence, national cyber emergency response team, PRT-GH, infrastructure, as well as the child protection solution, cyber security research and development, R&D, roadmap for Ghana, and the construction of a facility to host the National Cybersecurity Center, NCSC.
The report is duly presented. Is for distribution to members. Aye.
Report and communications on the Cybersecurity Bill 2020.
The report is duly presented. Is for distribution to members. Yes, Honorable Leader. What next?
Speaker, item number 5.
Item number 5. Presentation and first reading of bills. By the Minister for National Security.
Speaker, if you indulge me, I'll present the paper on behalf of the Minister for National Security.
You may go on.
An act to establish a National Signals Bureau to provide integrated secure signal systems for the national security and intelligence agencies.
The bill is duly presented, is referred to the Committee on Defense and Interior to consider and report.
If we can go to the addendum.
Yes.
And Deputy Minister of Finance presents the papers listed under 1A. 1A.
Very well. Presenting of papers by the Minister for Finance. A. Yes, Honorable Deputy Minister.
Credential covered term loan facility agreement between the Government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Finance, and Belfius Bank SA/NV of Belgium, for an amount of €13,505,519.50, supported an ECA upfront premium of €1,323,019.50 to finance the delivery of 45 intercity VDL buses for public transport, spare parts, tools and technical assistance, training services to the Ministry of Transport of the Republic and Contract 1.
The paper is duly presented, is referred to the Committee on Finance to consider and report. Did you say AII?
Speaker, yes.
Very well.
II and then III.
II.
Covered term loan facility agreement between the Government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Finance, and Belfius Bank SA/NV Belgium, for an amount of €3,984,503.45, supported by an ECA upfront premium of €330.45 to find delivery of 55 intercity VDL buses for public transport, spare parts, tools and technical assistance, training services to the Ministry of Transport, Republic of Ghana, Contract 2.
The paper is duly presented, is referred to the Committee on Finance to consider and report. Item III.
State-to-state loan agreements between the Government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Finance, and the Government of the Kingdom of Belgium, for an amount of €8 million to part final delivery of 45 intercity VDL buses for public transport, tools and technical assistance, training services to the Ministry of Transport of the Republic of Ghana, Contract 2.
The paper is duly presented. It's referred to the Committee on Finance to consider and report. Yes, what next?
If I may present the papers in respect of 1B on the addendum order paper on behalf of the Minister for Transport.
Very well. Item B. Aye.
Contract agreement between the government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Transport, and VDL Bus Roslair of Belgium for an amount of 12,102,500 euros for the procurement of 45 intercity VDL buses for public transport, spare parts, tools and technical assistance, training services to the Ministry of Transport of the Republic of Ghana, Contract 1.
The paper presented is referred to the Committee on Transport to consider and report. Item II.
Contract agreement between the government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Transport, and VDL Bus Roslair NV of Belgium, an amount of 11,504,203 euros for procurement of delivery of 55 intercity VDL buses for public transport, spare parts, tools and technical assistance, training services to the Ministry of Transport of the Republic of Ghana, Contract 2.
The paper is duly presented. It's referred to the Committee on Transport to consider and report. Should I go to C?
Mr. Speaker, the chairman of the Committee on Youth, Sports and Culture to present a paper on the Creative Arts Industry Bill.
Item C, by the chairman of the committee.
Report of the Committee on Youth, Sports and Culture on the Creative Arts Industry Bill 2020.
The report is duly presented for distribution to members. What next?
Speaker, motion captured as item number 2 on the order paper addendum, page 3.
Number 2, motion by the Minister for Justice and Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move the motion itemized at 2 at page 3 of the order paper addendum, that notwithstanding the provisions of Standing Order 81, which require that no motion shall be debated at least 48 hours have elapsed between the date on which notice of the motion is given and the date on which the motion is moved, the motion for the reading of the Patent Amendment Bill 2018 midday. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Any seconder? Yes, honourable member for our West.
I second the motion.
Honourable members, the procedural motion has been moved and seconded. All in favour say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Now, item number 3. Motion. I don't know what Attorney General.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the motion itemized at 4 at page 3 of the addendum of the order paper, but notwithstanding of Standing Order 81, which require that no motion shall be debated until at least 48 hours have elapsed between the date on which the notice of the motion is given.
Honourable Minister, you have already taken the decision on that one. You have to move motion number 3.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker. I am tired. Mr. Speaker, I move the motion itemized at page 3 of the addendum of the order paper that the Patent Bill 2018 be now read a second time. Mr. Speaker, members of Parliament, the purpose of the bill is to amend the Patent Act 2003 Act 657 to enable Ghana fulfill her obligations under the World Trade Agreement on the trade-related aspects of intellectual property rights (TRIPS), the Paris Convention for Industrial Property, the Patent Cooperation Treaty, and the Harare Protocol, and to ensure that the patent system promotes innovation and technology and improves the competitiveness of Ghanaian business in the global economy. Mr. Speaker, the multilateral system under the TRIPS recognizes the importance of using the intellectual property system effectively to encourage innovation, creativity, and development. The bill also puts in place the mechanisms for the implementation of specific TRIPS flexibilities and safeguards, which would increase innovative and research activities, take the use of technological knowledge, and provide development opportunities to the domestic streets in a manner conducive to economic growth and the creation of jobs at the national level. Flexibilities that can be used include compulsory licensing, empowering importation, transition periods, exhaustion of rights, limits on data protection, and control of anti-competitive practices and working system. Speaker, this agreement establishes global minimum standards for protecting and enforcing nearly all forms of intellectual property, including products and processes. In support of the flexibility have been introduced in the TRIPS agreement through the Doha Declaration in 2001 and the August 30th, 2003 General Council decision for member states of the World Trade Organization. Mr. Speaker, the Patent Act 657 was enacted to provide a legal the protection of invention for related matters. The Act provides to a large extent comprehensive compulsory license mechanisms, a range of other flexibilities such as the use of the BOLA provision, which grants exceptions to companies to exploit patents before the expiration dates to serve national interests. On the other hand, the incorporation of the August 30th decision, which allows medicines produced under compulsory license to be exported to a member country with insufficient or no manufacturing capacity, and right terms and conditions to serve individual national interests were not provided for in the Patent Act 2003 Act 657. The amendment of Act 657 to incorporate new developments will improve the use of patent information and encourage industry and research institutions to be innovative and to become good. It is therefore critical that Ghana amends the Patent Act to incorporate all public health-related flexibilities of the TRIPS agreement to permit access to quality and affordable generic medicines, and also ensure that researchers and industry will have the opportunity to conduct further research and adapt existing technologies to suit local situations. The amendment will address the existing policy and legislation gaps which create obstacles to the implementation of the flexibility in the TRIPS agreement by incorporation of new provisions, rules and regulations to improve the use of the patent law and regime by industry and research institutions. Mr. Speaker, Clause 1 of the bill amends Section 2 of the Patent Act and expands the matters excluded from the patent protection to include all or parts of natural living beings and biological materials found in nature or germplasm of any natural living and natural biological processes. Clause 2 amends Section 3. Clause 3 provides for enabling disclosure requirements and ensures that the best mode is not concealed and that patents perform the function of disseminating technology in the country. Clause 4 places an obligation on an applicant to furnish the registrar with documents in respect of foreign applications and patents, some of which include a copy of any final decision invalidating the patent granted on the basis of the foreign application. Clause 5 amends Sections 4, 5, and 6 of Section 11 of the Principal Enactment, respectively, to provide for exceptions to the rights and patent. Mr. Speaker, Clause amends Section 12 of the Principal Enactment. It provides a grace period of 6 months to be allowed for late payment of the annual fee subject to the payment of the prescribed surcharge. Mr. Speaker, it's hopeful that the guests as well assist in attaining the desired and intended objectives of passing the bill. I thank you.
Yes, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity. I rise to support the motion that the Patent Amendment Bill 2018 be now read a second time. So doing, Mr. Speaker, I present the committee's report. Mr. Speaker, before I read the report, there is one correction. With your permission, I would like to effect at page 2, paragraph 2, the first line of same reads, Clause 1 of the bill intends to amend Section 2 of Act 67. It's not Act 67, but it's Act 657. Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, the Patent Amendment Bill 2018 was laid in Parliament on the 1st of June 2018 by the Honorable Attorney General, Minister for Justice, Ms. Gloria Akufu, in accordance with Article 106 of the Constitution. Consequently, the Right Honorable Speaker referred the bill to the Committee on Legal and Parliamentary Affairs for consideration and report pursuant to the 179 of the Standing Orders of the House. Mr. Speaker, let me go to the object of the bill. Mr. Speaker, the object of the bill, which is captured at page 2, paragraph 6.0, is to amend the Patent Act 2003, Act 657, to incorporate additional provisions of the World Trade Agreement on the trade-related aspects of intellectual property rights. The bill also incorporates aspects of this convention for industrial property and the Patent Cooperation Treaty and the Harare Protocol. Mr. Speaker, conclusion, which is captured at page 4, paragraph 9.0. The committee has scrutinized the bill and is of the considered view its passage will enable the country fulfill its international obligations under the treaty, the Paris Convention for Industrial Property, and the Patent Cooperation Treaty and the Harare Protocol. The amendment will also boost the creativity and innovativeness of industry and research institutions. Mr. Speaker, in this regard, the committee recommends to the House to adopt this report and to pass the Patent Amendment Bill 2018 in accordance with Article 106 of the 1992 Constitution and the Standing Orders of the House. Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity.
Yes, Honorable Ranking Member.
I rise to contribute to the motion on the first and to support the chairman in the presentation of the committee's report. Mr. Speaker, we notice that the Minister for Justice and Attorney General has initiated processes to bring up the laws of this country to standard at the international level and ensure that our laws are compliant with at the WTO level. Indeed, under TRIPS-related aspects of international property rights, Ghana has an obligation to set up minimum standards to guarantee the respect for rights acquired by persons who have patents. Over the years, since the promulgation of the intellectual property laws of this country, we have not taken steps to upgrade our laws
to bring them at par with international standards. And so the Attorney General is taking the challenge to make us compliant with our obligations at international law, and that is commendable. Ghana is a very respected member in the Committee of Nations, and so seeing to be doing things that clearly will not undermine the respect we enjoy at the international level. The Speaker is also providing now for the possibility of foreign applications to be processed in this country, and so that is also commendable. I mean, the fight between America and China is precisely because there is no for the registration of patents in China. And so anybody who is able to steal intellectual property from America and get into China can exploit the right without any fear of being mulcted in damages, because China is not a member of the WTO. And so we are providing, we're seeing to people who are exploiting the rights and innovation of others outside the country. And so we want to extend our regime to cover applicants, foreign applicants who will want to take advantage of protecting their rights in this country. Mr. Speaker, without much ado, I would like to urge members of this House that this is a straightforward bill. The amendments here are just bring them in conformity with international law, and to urge members of this House to support the message of this amendment bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to intellectual property rights, Ghana had been ahead of most nations. I would say that Ghana is even ahead of the United States of America. I'm very serious about that when it comes to intellectual property rights. I say this because, Mr. Speaker, talking when we adopted the international laws and protected moral rights in Ghana, America thought of it. It was for this reason that they actually pushed for the Uruguay round to actually come with the WTO agreements that brought about the TRIPS agreement. Mr. Speaker, for 2 years now, this bill had been before this Parliament, that there are only about 7 clauses that have been proposed by the Honorable Learned Gloria Akufo-Addo, the Attorney General, to actually bring the bill abreast with the international standards. And therefore, I would say that it is long overdue that we have to adopt amendments, these few amendments, to bring Ghana's patent law. We have actually used this act for some years now, having been passed since 2003, and I think that these amendments would bring the act to measure with any international standard. And with this, I support the motion on the floor. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I don't intend to contribute to the motion. I support it, but I have an understanding that after this, we should be taking an adjournment so that the rest of the business will continue tomorrow. Thank you.
As many are in favor of the motion, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The motion.
An act to amend the Patents Act 2003 at 657 to provide for the protection of inventions, promotion of innovation, competitiveness, as well as creativity, technology and development at the national level and for related matters.
The Patent Amendment Bill 2018 is now the second time. Yes, Honorable Honorable Majority Leader, up next. Yes, Honorable Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I thought that the report has already been distributed. Unfortunately, been distributed. So I'll pray the House to maybe be given some to go through the report, and then we can take it tomorrow. Unfortunately, the minister has been waiting for this long while, but the chairman did not ensure that the report is distributed. Chairman, you are nodding in agreement that that he didn't ensure that the report was distributed. So, I'll pray that at this time we take an adjournment and we come to do it tomorrow. Minister, sorry. But the chairman advice.
Very well. The House is accordingly adjourned to tomorrow, Thursday, the 5th of November 2020 at 10 o'clock in the forenoon.